2023, and it is 6:38 p.m. And I'll do roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Villalobos. Councilmember McGovern.
Here.
Councilmember Styler is absent right now. Councilmember McLeod is on Zoom. Councilmember Clinton.
Here.
And I am Mayor Glaze. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And then to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay, so Nick and Styler. And please remain standing for the vote. Dear gracious Heavenly Father, Lord God, we just come to you and ask for wisdom and discernment, Lord God, and we do also ask for rain. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this beautiful state and for Martindale, and we just ask for your hand upon this meeting, that everyone just has sweet words. And Lord God, we just thank you for the gift of salvation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Okay, we're gonna do things a little bit different. We're gonna go straight into the budget hearing. And then after the budget hearing, we're gonna do 4.1 and 4.2 of the action items. And then we'll go back to public comments after that. So I'm gonna let Jared and Adrian take it away.
All right, so welcome everybody. Tonight's public hearing is for the benefit of the community, to learn about the budget and to make any public comments regarding the budget and the tax rate setting prior to the city council taking action on both of those items tonight. This is covering fiscal year 24, which begins October 1st, 2023 and ends September 30th, 2024. Next slide. So the City Martindale budget components includes the general fund, which funds our normal city operations, our utility fund, which funds our wastewater and solid waste services. We also have a special revenue fund where we account for restricted use of funds that are set out in law or policy, like hotel tax revenues and those things. And then lastly, we have a community development fund or grant fund. Those grant funded operations are budgeted at the project level and not included in our city budget. So there might be references to grant funds that would be transfers from a community development fund into one of the other funds if it's not accounted for in a specific project, such as the Northwest River Road project would be funded and execute that development fund. Next slide. The general fund, since it funds normal city operations, is the bulk of what tonight's conversation is going to be about. The general fund receives revenue from multiple areas. The biggest of which is the property taxes, which accounts about 53% of the city's entire revenue, general fund revenue. Other items include the municipal court revenues for people paying fees related to law enforcement tickets. And then sales tax is about 12%. Other revenue sources include franchise fees for utilities that use our public right of ways, interest on cash savings, and then new this year in this budget is parking fees. Next slide.
Do we have the slides included in our?
Yes.
We do.
It's going to be lower down, page 17 of your handout.
17.
Yep.
We're going to be on page.
This was added after the initial email, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, this was added this afternoon. The, all the numbers and figures in here are what was presented and discussed. at the
Yeah,
workshop.
no, yeah.
The property tax rate, and we'll start there, is, as the main driver of the general fund revenues, is set each year by the city council under the guidelines and rules set by under the state statutes, which mandate that the total revenues collected from one year to the next can't exceed 3.5%. And so what that does when we go to rate setting is when you're in an environment like it has been for the last several years, where property valuations go up, the tax rate actually has to reduce so that the city does not exceed its statutory limits on total revenues that are collected. So this budget would increase the total amount of property taxes collected by the city just shy of $10,000, which is roughly a 2.5% increase from last year's budget. That also includes about $1,600 in new property taxes for properties that are new to the tax rolls, the county tax rolls. So the no new revenue rate, if the city were to not collect any new revenues and it remained the same from the year prior, that rate would be 0.3116, or you could think of it as roughly 31 cents per $100. That would be a no new revenue rate. The voter approval threshold rate, which is the maximum rate that the city council could adopt without requiring a public vote or election, is 0.3231, roughly 32 cents per $100. The proposed rate that the city council will consider tonight is at that voter approval rate, that 0.3231 figure. And that's projected to, oh, no, what? I see an error on that slide. That's projected to generate revenues of roughly $380,000, just shy of $380,000, 379 and change. So that's where we're at our property tax rate. Go to the next slide. What that money is used for is covers all of our city operations. So at the top of the slide, you'll see a reference. So if your property is valued at $100,000, this rate would equate to $323 in taxes that you pay. So if your property is in multiples of that $100,000 amount, you can get a shortchanged quick estimate on what property tax you might pay to the city. This is not inclusive of what you pay the county, the school districts, and the rest. Of those property taxes, 61% goes to pay for personnel. The primary costs and personnel costs are police, which take up just under half of total personnel costs, followed by administrative costs and court costs. The police department of the total general fund expenses represents about 30% of the total city spend in the general fund. Administrative 25%, and the court 6%. The other major item that the city spends money on is on contracted services, such as professional services like engineers, lawyers, and other professions. The court and law enforcement items, so fuel expenses and technology, software for the court and other things, IT, the library, roads, which are road maintenance, which is funded out of two areas. Included on this slide is just that's paid for in the general fund. The city also supports the road maintenance through a restricted account, which is in that special revenue fund. And then other operating expenses and other expenses take up the remaining 10%. So you can see kind of where your dollar goes. If you pay $1 of tax, 60 cents of it is going to personnel costs, and another 40% are going to other services. Next slide. This is a more of a line item budget summary, where you can see the whole dollar figures of those different revenue items. Up at the top of the slide, you'll see different columns for the year. So 2022 actual, what the actual costs were, the 2023 end of year projection, and then following that is the 2024 future year spend plan. And so what that was is City Council adopted a future year spend plan that would try to achieve, intended to achieve some strategic goals that came out of our Vision Martindale 2025 community-based strategic plan. And so that's kind of the barometer of where we thought we would be, where we're going to be, and achieving those plans. The proposed budget for 2024 is that last column. So you can see for property tax revenues, I'm mistaken earlier, $374,000, and then municipal court, $125,000, and then the various grouped expenses between payroll, operating, and contracting services. You'll see we are projecting right now a substantial budget surplus. That budget surplus will likely decrease as we go through the summer and we get more accurate figures. But I would think that the city is probably looking at somewhere in the order of $80,000 budget surplus this year, maybe even more. And so the city council will have an opportunity to decide what to do with those funds at an upcoming meeting, probably in October, maybe the first part of November, once we have closed out the fiscal year. For the budget, 2024 budget, our budget is balanced. At zero balance. Next slide. This slide provides some historical trends on the general fund revenues, and then we'll follow this slide up with expenses. So you can see how revenues have changed over time. You'll see property taxes on a slow, steady march upward, reflective of valuations going up, and basically it. The municipal court, significant changes in municipal court revenue projections for 2023 and in our budget for 2024. Those reflect the increased police force staffing levels from 1 full-time equivalent to 3. And so we're seeing some effects in the amount of fines and penalties that are being processed by the municipal court as well. The sales tax revenue, you see the historical figures there. The projection is, I would say, artificially low. That projection is going to correct closer to the average as we get through the summer months and more data. I would think we're probably closer to $100,000, and we will likely exceed that in our total revenues on that year. So it looks low, but it's going to come up. Franchise fees, those are steady year over year based on number of customers. Don't change too much too often. The general fund, you see a big spike in the miscellaneous fund amounts, and that includes a over $30,000 revenue increase in the interest that the city has earned on its cash holdings. So as the Fed keeps increasing everybody's interest rates, one of the benefits is if you have a big savings account, you'll see some big interest earnings on that. So we're exceeding our budget by over $30,000 in that area this year. The other big amount that you see reflected in that is a $20,000 transfer from the Community Development Fund under the Federal American Recovery Plan Act as a federal grant that the city received. $20,000 was transferred in to cover some personnel costs early in the fiscal year. Next, going for the budget in 2024, we don't expect to have another transfer of that ARPA funding, that federal funding again, but we are expecting to have a substantial interest gains on our cash hold.
Are you planning on, excuse me, to interject, parking in the miscellaneous?
Yeah, parking is also there. Exactly. Yeah, there's
But you do 15,000?
pull the data.
We're over 10 already.
Yeah, it's like $16,000.
In there right now?
That's what's in the budget right
Oh,
now.
right, okay. Yeah, I remember
I don't
that.
know if the last time.
Yeah,
we looked at it,
11,000.
11,000 now.
Yeah.
So.
A lot of budget there.
We're right on plan.
That's a lot. All right, let's go to the next slide. So general fund expenses overview. So we kind of talked on payroll expenses. Here's what it looks like, historical averages. Substantial increases in the last 2 years related to staffing up our police department. And then also included new this fiscal year, 2024 budget fiscal year, is increasing our court staffing. So right now the court's only open 2, sometimes 3 days a week, going to being open 5 days a week, given the workload and things that they have with increased traffic fines and citations. Also included in there is a rebaselining of our low wage positions. So a couple of years ago, the city adjusted its baseline rate of pay to $15 an hour. This budget includes a rebaseline of that $15 an hour to reflect inflation over the last 2 years. So about almost a 10% increase there. Going to operating expenses, see the historical, it fluctuates pretty significantly. New costs in here are election expenses. We have not realized election expenses of any significant amount for the past several election cycles. We still need to budget for it because it could always be a potential. So that's in here. And then software expenses, we're looking at additional software expenses, maybe in our permitting process, using some software to create some efficiencies in our permitting process. And then also substantially increased parking expenses. Those parking fees are going to be used towards parks. And so we'll get maybe, we're going to talk about those in a couple slides in greater detail. And then the projection for other contractual services, you'll see that it's looking pretty low. We expect that to rise in the last remaining months. Related to our annual audit, there's some delays in realizing those outlays, those costs, because there's been delays in getting the audit performed and completed. And also, we're behind in our street maintenance spending in our general fund. So that should be taken as we close up. On the next slide. So speaking of street and road maintenance, it's funded out of 2 programs. There's a special revenue fund program. The voters in the city elected to allocate 0.25% of all sales tax to be used only on street and road maintenance repair. So that's the special revenue fund amount. That's in the center of this chart. In addition to the general fund spending on street maintenance repair. So we don't do street and road maintenance on a single fund. We allocate one fund there. You'll see that the street maintenance repair in the general fund has, I think I'm missing it. I don't believe the general fund is only $10,000 for the budget. Someone has a question on that, I'll pull up the budget and confirm. But you'll see the street and road special revenue fund is budgeted at about $25,000. That's in line with our projection. And then the combined spending on street road maintenance, you see, has trended downward in some years as we've looked to we need to do more. We need to do more pothole repairs and other stuff. So we are projected to get to a spend of about $40,000 this year in combined spending on street road maintenance. And then the budget, again, I believe that number might be incorrect. So if there's a question there, I'll pull the budget. Going on to other items of interest. So I mentioned election expenses. You'll see that depicted here in the historical. Last 2 years, there haven't been any election expenses, but we're budgeting for about $12,000. That reflects an amount in which the city would be able to leverage other ongoing elections with the county, so we can hopefully share costs with other election jurisdictions, school or other county. Park expenses increased substantially from prior years. That's supported by the parking fees that are being charged. Attorney fees are somewhat elevated in our budget this year, but are on trend with historical past. And then the IT upgrade and maintenance, we expect some increased IT costs with cloud migration, some computers that need to be purchased for the police department and other things. And then we hope that in the long term, we'll start to see some savings going down after we migrate to a cloud-based solution other than for data storage. And then last, the library. That's based on contracted costs. This is a projected budget reflecting the latest contract proposals. That contract not placed yet. That's it for the general fund. On the utility fund, this is our wastewater and solid waste utilities. Similarly, you'll see the actuals, projections, future year spend plans, and then proposed budget across the top of those columns with the different revenue and expense items. And again, this is budgeted at balance. We'll go more into that. So here's a closer look at the utility fund revenues for wastewater services and solid waste services, the historical actuals, projections, and the budget. In wastewater services and solid waste services, those revenues are increasing to support increased personnel and maintenance costs that we're experiencing in our utility program. These actual increases will be determined at a future city council meeting, so they're not being discussed or voted on tonight. But one of the proposals under consideration is a $2 increase in solid waste for commercial and residential customers, $10 a month increase on wastewater for commercial customers, and $3 a month increase on wastewater for residential customers. The would note on the solid waste increase at $2 a month, that's in addition to the contract fee that the city pays. And so each year in May, there's already a built-in escalator. So you as a customer, you would see an immediate $2, if this were adopted in a future council meeting, you'd see an immediate change in your current rate and then another change, I believe in May, around May, as that contracted rate goes up. And then the miscellaneous comes from different things, mostly grant projects. All right, here's the expenses as I discussed. Whoop. Yes, I do look nice. The utility fund, you'll see the payroll expense increases as I discussed, have increased significantly from prior years. Part of that is due to going to a 5-day work week instead of a 4-day work week. Also, big full staff and rising wages. The operating expenses, that's a reimbursement from the utility fund to the general fund, and it's based off of total revenues. 15% of total revenues is transferred from the utility fund to the general fund, and that's used to pay for things like postage of utility bills, toner and ink, paper, and kind of office supplies and other administrative operating expenses. You'll see the solid waste expense. That's based on our contract that we have with Texas Disposal Systems. Those increase each year under that contract. And then the wastewater system operations and repair. This is one, if you look at the historicals and projections, in the last 3 years, we've gone from, we're increasing our out costs about $10,000 a year from the prior year. So between 2021 and 2023, almost a $20,000 increase in our system operations and repair. And 84,000 may not be an accurate projection at this point. We expect that number to go up, unfortunately, as we realized a malfunction in our Crockett lift station, our main lift station, which is going to cost the city about $20,000. That's all said and done, if not a little bit more. And then you'll see the other expenses that the special revenue fund isn't the big thing here, but that's something where Cox Street and roads, that's a big one. The other one is the hotel tax funds. Those are it's restricted use to to what's allowed under law. So hotel taxes are received, and then they're spent according to the law. So any given year we'll budget those, what comes in, what goes out. But there's really no additional details there. On the hotel tax, there's a proposal on the table to possibly use a community nonprofit to manage some of that, but we'll see if that happens. Other things in that restricted fund are low dollar amounts for the court technology, police training. If there's a specific question on those items, but that concludes the presentation. And I do love budgets. It's my favorite time of year. Like, if there's any questions or comments, and the public, this is your opportunity to the council know what you feel about where we're at.
Yes, Mr. Denby.
Yeah, I'd like to speak a little bit on your draft budget. I don't know if you guys got that up there, page 5. Go to that, somebody.
Under revenues?
Under revenues. Find out their count 5025 permits. Shows 0 for the past 2 years. Typically, that's where we used to go post tap fees, when somebody come in and ask for taps, and we would go take money from them and then turn around and pay it to the guy who had to dig the ditch and put in the pipes. You got 0 in there, but we know that Pinelli's had a big one done, and guys across the street. So I don't know where the revenues went. This is a Dwayne question, but Dwayne, you ought to run that one down and see.
So you're talking the 1750 that we collect for a new tap?
The cost associated with digging the ditch is usually paid to the city by the customer, and we turn around and pay it to somebody else. The revenue side of that used to come in right there. It says that we're not getting any. You don't post revenue to this, if you post it in the general fund or something.
Well, I've been posting the permit portion of it, the 750 of it in the general fund. The $1,000 portion of it does go through the utility fund. I'm not sure if it's on a different line item or what.
Well, I see the expense side of it, but I don't see the revenue side of it. Y'all want to go run that down before you wrap up and say that you've got a big deficit in the utility side. Now, if you go back to page 4, very bottom of page 4, right there, you're projecting right now just shy of $124,000 surplus at the end of the year. Here it says that's going to change. Those numbers don't really rack up, but it's going to be around 80 or maybe more. I heard you say that. And yet we spent a significant amount of time in the budget workshop a while back, figuring out that we needed to raise prices on our residents for the utility side, mostly based off of the fact that we're out of balance this year by $23,000. But if you're really not out of balance that much or at all, and you really got 80 grand left over at the end of the year, I urge the council to be very careful about raising rates on folks, because they won't be received very well when they say you've got surplus floating around here, and yet you're just charging more and more and more. So that's my input to you on the budget side of this stuff. And I'll reiterate what I've said before. It's a travesty if we don't spend all our street and road money on street projects.
You are consistent.
Right. That's all I got.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, sir.
I had a question, can we use that funding for road cuts, you know, for make sewer taps? For repairs on the sewer taps, you know, when you cross the street,
Yeah,
for asphalt that, can we, we don't have a funding for that?
so the repair, so for somebody who is doing a sewer tap and they're cutting into our street, they're responsible for repairing that portion of the street.
A lot of the guys that we hire, they put it on their quote that they're not responsible for hiring, for asphalting the road cut.
Now, right over here, it's not asphalted.
Yeah, and over on,
This
Guadalupe
has
Street.
been tapped right here, and it's not re-asphalted at all.
Isn't that the county that comes and does that though?
No,
No,
It's not.
the person who does the sewer line is doing the damage, they're
You know.
supposed to do the repair.
The work?
They do the damage, they do the repair.
For some reason,
that's not being subcontracted out?
They, on the quote, they clearly say that they won't, they're not responsible for the repairs on the asphalt.
Hmm.
So we have it was real, when they send the folks in, they're in that state.
What we need to do is make sure before we return any excess deposit funds, that we obtain quotes for those repairs and, make sure those are paid for on that deposit.
Well, we never refund deposits, and it always costs more to install a tap than that base somehow.
we need to
And,
find more. Yeah.
So it's like, sounds like we need to get quotes from someone who will fix it.
Yeah, it's another sub. Unfortunately, whenever we did it just recently, we were informed that the county was supposed to come back and cover it up, but it doesn't sound like that's.
No,
We've done work with the county for some overlay work, but
One officer.
yeah, that's not for small patch jobs.
Yeah, you do the damage, you do the repair.
Yeah.
This is the way it should be, right?
Because they used to do that in the past. Maybe some mayor would call them, they would come in.
that was something I was gonna ask you about, and you've been real busy with the repairs and
That's something that we'll look into, because they used to, I guess they used to give them so much money. They kind of, give them a lot. Most of the people going on there, but anyway. they would-
because it's in the, contract that when people get a sewer tap application, it says they have to do that.
They have to do the street repair.
They have to do the street repair, leave it the same way they found it.
I haven't seen that.
The lady who runs the Catholic church, her husband has that big old roller. He probably knows somebody who can finish off streets. He's got like the 1950s,
Was that equipment?
yeah, old steamer.
Yeah, I thought I'd ask, because I mean, we got like maybe 500, I don't know.
We got a lot of them right now.
If it gets out of hand.
Would that be a requirement of the checkbox prior to actually finishing the permitting process?
It sounds like what we could do is create some internal procedures to ensure that's done, because I don't believe it's being done.
It doesn't sound like it, right? Because I walk the dog by this one all the time, and I was like, at some point, right?
Do you have an inspection process for like a sewer city, like the sewer and water tap after they're done? We don't, right?
I used to do that inspection.
It's just right there.
Everybody states that they cannot respond, they don't want to be responsible for doing the asphalt.
Yeah.
They do the work and everything. They come back.
That needs to just be part of the quote from here on out.
Well, because they signed the contract, and if that's a stipulation that's on there, then it's gonna be required that it's fixed. So even if the ones are not finished right now, because they agree to the terms of the contract, then somebody needs to notify them that that's gonna need to be fixed.
Or the city's gonna do it and bill them.
Yeah.
One of the two.
Gonna go over too great.
But it just, I mean, look at what you signed, or whoever signed. If it's on there and it says that, and your signature's on there,
Yeah, it's up to the city it was up to the city to sub it out, and we never did. I mean, I don't, who's that on?
I get the quotes in that term.
Yeah.
Decide.
Uh-oh.
How would this come into play, say, if a developer, as we're seeing in the future, has several lots to sell, and then either they say, well, the water meter or the sewer is included in the purchase price, or then would that expense fall on the developer, or would it fall on the individual purchaser of the lots? I mean, I guess it just depends how it plays out in the purchase of the land, but that's.
I can answer that, but we're getting a little bit off subject of the public hearing for the budget.
Okay, but we'll perfect this later.
Right.
Okay, definitely.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Good point. Surprise.
I have a question about, page 5, where it has like the image of the dollar and the personnel and the contracted services. So right here, it says the personnel 61%, the police are 49% with 30% of the total. For the upcoming year with the projected amount, for the increase in pay, how much of the budget is it gonna be then? It's not gonna remain at 49%, correct?
No, this is for their,
Next fiscal.
this is for their pay for fiscal year 27. That includes.
The amount that it's going to increase?
Yeah, so, this budget assumes that all pay increases, personnel cost increases, cost of living increases, and the rest, happen October 1st.
Okay.
For the first pay period of this year.
Anyone else have a comment about the budget?
I have one. I mean, you mean from the public or us?
Either.
You mentioned the Park Mobile app, and that in the past or since we started to get the money has been put in a miscellaneous line. We will create a separate line for that in the new budget then, and it'll say Park Mobile monies parking.
Yes, there is a separate line that's going to be used for tracking parking fee revenues within the general fund.
And thus then in the past, the money that the parks had been getting, if we don't spend it all by the end of the year, it's a use or lose type thing, and that money goes into the general fund. So can this Park Mobile app also be well, it sounds like it's going to be a restricted fund, but will the monies thus carry over from one year to the next?
It is not set up that way. City council has an option of putting in an ordinance to put those funds into a restricted account. But right now, it's through a budgetary process. All revenues are accounted for within the parks expense line item.
So we would have to change the ordinance, or we couldn't just make a motion now to say, I want to make it a restricted fund?
I think you could. When it comes time for the vote, if you want to make a motion to amend, the city council has the opportunity to make motions to amend the budget that was presented tonight prior to adoption.
So I would like to make a motion concerning that then.
Okay. Once we conclude the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Bill, did you have a comment on the budget?
My public statement?
Yeah.
Yes. Involves the library and has consistently 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Recently, and now again. My name is Bill Glaze. We've lived in Martindale, River Road since 91. I'm speaking for myself and no one else. My wife is the mayor, but I was outspoken on this issue long before she ran for mayor. In the last debacle between 3 and 4 years ago, the council was being persuaded by the Divinis to give the library 3 years of funding. Rob was the mayor and his wife Carol was the library director. Most of the council wanted yearly contracts, so the 3-year contract would not have passed. Mary Paul, who was a retired principal, was a council member who was against the 3-year contract. Council member Jan Bunker flipped her vote at the last minute and the 3-year contract passed.
design from the city council if discussed. Then Rob signed the contract for the city and Carol signed this contract for the library, which is has to be an incredible conflict of interest, if not illegal. Carol and the library turned our city government upside down, and now they are willing to do it again. And they will try to do it again next year and every year thereafter. That's the way it's going to be. So in Carol's zeal to have a state certified library, she kept everyone in the dark about funding that had to come from a local public funding source like our city. And it is a variable city obligation that can keep going up, which it has, of course. She knew it, but our city council at the time was oblivious. In addition, she recently went behind the city's back to try to take our 0.25% sales tax that we have a right to concurrently, the city has. I visited the Eugene Clark Library in Lockhart, incredible library. I visited with Bertha Martinez, their library director, to gain more insights. They are not a state certified library, but at 125 years in operation, they're the oldest continuously operated library in the state. Our city of Martindale has several departments that belong to our city that must be kept funded. We have an incredible effective police department that is such a contrast to what we had in the past. Right now, they need the resources that you are giving to the library, and you're giving it to the library with virtually no strings attached. We have a city parks department that our city has an obligation to support and help our parks grow and thrive. We also have a sewer department that continually needs maintenance. We are also responsible for providing road maintenance and upgrades. There never seems to be enough resources, but the resource of resurface of Lockhart Street with its excellent crowning and recent chip seal will be something our city can be proud of for years to come. Earlier this year, there was a public notification from the library, I assume, that if our library could not get $60,000, they would have to close their doors by October. My understanding is that they received about $600. Ashley said the totals are more closer to $1,400 with some other donations. That is a very telling perspective value this community sees in the value of the library. Obviously, no one was there to contribute money. Recently, I suggested that we wean the library from our city funds and let them raise their own funds. Under the circumstances that the library has expected more from the city and has been vocally unhappy with the city, I believe that you should defund the library immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments about the budget before we close the hearing? Okay, hearing none, we will close the hearing. It is 7:21, and we will move to 4.1. We will need a motion to accept or deny adopting the 2023 to 24 fiscal year proposed budget, beginning October 1st and extending to September 30th.
Sam, this would be the opportunity to make your motion.
I'd like to make a motion in the 2024 budget to make the Park Mobile app monies that are being received to the city from the parking funds collected at the parks to be a restricted fund and thus be able to carry over from one year to the next to achieve the objectives of our parks into the future.
I second that emotion. I second.
Okay, so we have a motion.
We have an emotion.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
I have a question. Okay, so the city is funding X number of dollars from the general fund into this, and then there's the Park Mobile money. Okay, so he's only referring to the Park Mobile money.
That's correct. It would be under this procedure, it would operate similar to our street and roads maintenance, where the city chooses to allocate some of its general fund to the street and road maintenance in addition to the restricted fund amount.
So the way he's wording it, it's only the park mobile money.
Yeah, the parking fees that are collected in the
Yeah.
parks, as I understood.
I mean, unless you would like to amend that and make it
No.
all, the whole budget for the parks.
No? I believe, my goal would be that ideally that the park becomes pseudo self-sufficient, and that's what San Marcos is getting to. And I spoke to the gentleman who was on their park committee, and they're gonna start charging for the parking. And they did the projections that, other than Rio Vista, all the other ones they're gonna be charging for. They will make quite a few of the parks self-sufficient based on that. So that's, ideally, this is gonna become a big part of the budget for it.
I just don't want it to be premature. That's my biggest fear. I wanna see how it, like, I mean, we got 11,000 in there right now. I wanna make sure that we have, if it turns into being a $50,000 ordeal and we need money somewhere else, just in case, you never know. Not saying that we wanna take it away from the parks, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if we wanna allocate it towards the roads around the
I
park.
think what your point is, it's the first year we've had it, so
Yeah.
there's no history here,
Yeah, so it's hard, I don't wanna restrict it.
But
just in case.
excuse me.
Yeah, you're fine.
I think that though, as was possibly mentioned, that as the park mobile money gets more and we see more revenue generated from that, then the money in the budget that the city has allocated towards the park would hopefully thus go down. And the 19,000 might change to 15,000. And so we could monitor that better if the park mobile app money was then carried over from one year to the next. If we find we've made enough of it in the course of a year to offset the amount that is in the budget for the maintenance of the parks, then we'll lower that amount. But I think I am only required or requesting to do this based on the fact that we are forming the budget for the next year. And in order to make it a restricted fund to carry out through the next fiscal year, I have to make this proposal now, supposedly. Or I would assume.
Yeah, I agree.
So I stick to my motion then.
Yeah, so prior to, if this were enacted, what it would look like is roughly, the general fund would have a budgeted amount of roughly $20,000 in the general fund. And then the 16,000 or 15,600 that's projected revenue would go to the restricted fund.
Well, what if the projected revenue is bigger than that? Because we know that.
And that would go in whatever that number ends up being, would go into the restricted fund.
Okay.
Whether it's lower or.
And then next year, after every year into it, then you can make a motion to adjust the funding again.
Let's just do it for this year for now, because
Leave it at the way we did it.
I project next summer, if the river doesn't dry up by then, that we shall have money through next summer to apply to that. So I would like to stick to my motion as it stands.
The river dries up, we got a lot more things to worry about. Parking.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Sonia is
No.
shaking her head.
I'm not opposed.
Are
I'm
you-
saying aye.
Aye,
Okay,
okay.
that's all.
I misunderstood.
Yeah.
So
So
yeah, shaking her head.
it's unanimous, I guess. Okay, so that was on a restricted fund. We still need a motion to adopt the budget.
So I'm gonna make a motion to adopt, to accept on adopting the 2023, 2024 proposed budget beginning on October 1st, 2023 and ending on September 30th, 2024.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, so the motion carries. Or did we have to do that one individually? We have
Was
to
it
call,
unanimous?
it was unanimous.
But Mike, it wasn't unanimous because Mike said
No, he said aye.
Let's just
Oh,
follow
you
the
did say
black
aye?
letter of the law. Let's just do a
Roll call.
vote with each councilman.
Okay, Sonia made the motion, so that's affirmative.
Mhm.
Matthew seconded. Nick, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Sam, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Mike, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, so it is unanimous. Okay, on 4.2, to set the tax rate as proposed at 3.3231 cents per $100. Do I have a motion?
So I will make a motion to go with the voter approval rate of 0.3231.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none, I guess we need to do the same thing.
Yes.
So, Sonia made the motion, Matthew seconded. Nick, how do you vote?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
Mike, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, so it carries unanimously. Okay, so we will now go back to public comments, and I have Mary Beth Harper.
Okay, I was told I couldn't comment while y'all are discussing the library contracts, so you can get two of the comments in one. Okay, first of all, these are some things that the city and the library all have lined up. On Saturday, September 16th, we have the second annual Health and Wellness Fair. And that's from 9 to 1, and it's over 413 Main Street, 2 buildings down. Free eye exams, there's peer sports specialists, there's people from Dayton Hospital, Dell's Children's Hospital. Anyway, there's all kinds of health, mental health, physical health. Also the group that does free legal services will be here, the legal dispute people. And if you need to talk to them or if you want to set their appointment, they'll be here to do that. This is all funded by St. David's. On Sunday, September 24th is the volunteer fire department fundraiser. That's from 2 to 6. The mayor hasn't really talked about that. On September 29th and 30th, that's Tammy Fest, is a free art and music festival downtown. On Tuesday, October 3rd is the National Night Out, and the police chief will have something more to speak about that. On October the 14th, from 11 to 1, there's a solar eclipse party, and that depends on whether they'll be outdoors out here. Saturday, October 21st, this is an all-day thing, and we're calling it Spend with the $sign the day in Martindale. Okay, first of all, there's a fall family festival from 10 to 12. This is for kids and adults. There's a bouncy house, train rides, carnival rides, all kinds of stuff, and that's awesome. Street over here. The Friends of the Library from 10 to 2 is having a silent auction and raffle in Cook Store. Okay, the San Marcos River Foundation is also having a social and also a fundraiser same day from 1 to 5, and it's 204 Main Street. Again, spend your money. Okay, on November the 11th, that's Veterans Day. And Phi Gamma Delta Fraternity is going to do a day of service for Martindale veterans that were the widows, and call the library for an appointment. Okay, Friday, December 1st is annual tree lighting, and that one's centered through the neighborhoods. Then he'll be available for the children to ask for all their duties. The library will have letters to Santa, we'll have Christmas movie activities. Also inside a quick store, there'll be vendors, selling all kinds of arts and crafts. And that's the first part of this. Okay, the second part is about the library services. And y'all have the city's version in your packet. Okay, this is the one that the library board voted and approved last week. And there's some of this is included in the city. Carrie, this is for you. This is special. All right, so the main ways in which this differs from the city's version. Okay, first of all, under number one, termination. Okay, we asked for 1 year of more fiscal year. We're good with starting on October the 1st and end September 30th, 2024. Okay, on the city's contract, you want 1 year and 3 months, 15 months. That's not what we agreed on. Way back during the summer, we talked to y'all and came into the library. We said we wanted a 1 year contract, not 15 months. And if you're going to do 15 months, that's going to put our allocation below what's legal for regulation. Okay, then under responsibilities, but under A, Jared has a huge long list of things about being open 20 hours a week, hiring, anyway, all this stuff. The way we did this, we have operated 3 public library procedures, parameters, and guidelines of the Texas State Library Archives Commission, CSLAC, and the American Library Association for Accreditation.
Ms. Harper, we can read this, so we have a long night, so could you just tell me what you want to say about it?
Give the highlights. Okay, on this one, we could, instead of all the stuff that Jared has, this is already redundant. Yeah, this is included in the TSLAC also, the ALA guidelines. Okay, under C, on the ring form, okay, all we have to do is provide y'all with RS.99 or financial. Then okay, just say Jerry what my property tax. And see, and on the rest of this is pretty much the same. Okay, on the next page.
Okay, you need to wrap it up, please. 30 seconds.
Okay, Jerry has claimed about no liquidated damages. Now, our attorney says no on that big time. Mainly, if you want to keep on including that, you have to include a chance to cure and also a framework or timeline, time frame for a cure. But with that liquidated damages, that's not agreeable. Okay, anyway,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just had 1 or 2 things to comment about for mayor's report. Really isn't a report. It's an announcement about the Martindale Firemen's fundraiser on the 24th. Also, the Tammy Fest is the next weekend. This is a Sunday afternoon from 3 to 7, $15 plate. And they would love to have everybody come. I also wanted to extend a giant thank you to Sonia and to Chelsea. That was really, the River Appreciation Day was really a nice event, Friday and Saturday. And so I just wanted to say thank you for that. And it was great.
I would just like to thank the city of Martindale and Mayor, just under your leadership. I mean, just with your support, I think you've really put Martindale, like on the map. We were, above the fold in the San Marcos paper, which says a lot, and we're actually doing, we're setting like a precedent and like, in the forefront of, appreciating our river and showing in our efforts through the organizations that are here. So thank you, and thank the council as well, Sam, for always your tireless effort. So it was collaborative. So
thank you very much. I did too want to mention that I met with Judge Hayden this morning, along with Commissioner Therio and the emergency management people about the sirens. And so they are going to pay for the new batteries, the county is, and Hank is going to get together with Chris Kermer, and they're going to get a bucket truck to go ahead and test to make sure everything is working properly and install new batteries. And we'll be talking to you by the next city council meeting about a date to meet for emergency management and who does what. We'll be working with the EMS, what do I want to say, the emergency, like Bill Hamilton, and just who's going to do what during an emergency. So
I just had a quick question.
Yeah.
What do you feel then are the most effective ways or communicating to the public that we will be testing the siren?
Well, we'll have to do it in, with the news flash, door to door, all up and down, especially the river and any place that would be close. We have to come up with protocols, and that's what we do in that meeting. Lockhart does their testing on the first Wednesday of every month at 1 p.m. Hank said that 1 minute siren sound is a test, 3 minutes is the actual thing.
Okay, good.
So we'll just be moving forward with that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go to the city administrator. Yeah, updates?
Yeah, so, update on the IT managed services, request for proposals. We received several questions from a couple of interested vendors. We published those responses. We extended the deadline for submission of their proposals to September 25th. So again, if anybody in the community knows of somebody who does managed IT services, encourage them to check out our website, contact City Hall, and we'll give them the request for proposals. That's also posted on our website. So that will come up. That's a delay from what we were expecting, but I want to make sure that we give vendors enough opportunity to participate. One of the things that came up was I'm part of the Texas City Managers Association in, I forget what region it is, I think region 10. Oddly enough, we get looped in with the San Antonio city managers for whatever reason. So collectively, we did a survey amongst all of our cities on what we are doing in IT managed services, and Martindale participated, a number of cities participated. So we were able to get a good list of vendors from that while this was open. So we reached out to those vendors directly where we could, notify them of this opportunity, and we're going to continue that outreach to get some competition. The pricing that I saw for smaller cities, similarly situated, I think our budget is in line with what they're paying. So I'm hoping that we'll get some good pricing and good services out of it. The parks maintenance request for proposal. So City Council reviewed a draft. You have some opportunity to provide comment. I believe the Parks Advisory Board met, reviewed that proposed changes, and so City Council will see those changes in an upcoming meeting, maybe on the 17th if time allows, and then we'll get that published and go forward from there. So that's your question. That's all I have.
Actually, very good meeting. Yeah, it's the judge here. I should.
Hey, did we ever find a workforce for the parks? Do we have contract work?
That's what he's talking
That-
about.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I found the people who are doing all of San Marcos and the medians and the parks, and that's what I was looking at right now. Just so you can compare the notes.
Yeah, we'll follow similar procedure on that. Reach out to companies to let them know about.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Well, I don't think I can get over there.
You can do it there if you want.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I'll stand here. Fine. Good. Well, it's good to see everybody. You've got these 3 reports here in front of you, and I went on and ran basically for the whole summer. Since I hadn't seen you for a little bit, I want to give you June, July, and August. So the numbers kind of speak for themselves. I mean, we started out in the summer, then July went up, and then August kind of went down a little bit, but I think that's standard. If anybody has any questions about any of this, I'll be happy to try and answer them. But it gives you a picture of at least what happened over the summer.
How do you do the warrants?
I'm
How
sorry.
are the warrants done? I don't understand that procedure.
How are the warrants done?
Yeah. Do you have the officers go out to arrest someone or?
No, we don't do that. We report to DPS for their license. So when they go to renew, we don't do that because, well, quite frankly, because we don't have a jail. I mean, I'm not sure that we would, that would additional considerations, but yes, that costs money. And these are, they're final only offenses, and then of course it's the VPTA or the FTA that turns into something that you can actually, if you could, potentially be arrested for. But municipal courts, the way that it is by and large handled is it just becomes a problem when you go to get your license renewed. Okay, and that used to be, now they do the license renewals to where they rotate them, and it's like, okay, 4 years, 6 years, 8 years. When it used to be, everybody used to have to go and get it renewed regularly in the same interval. In my opinion, it was more effective, but still, it's the best tool we have. But that's the way the warrants work. The roundup and everything, Austin quitting doing that kind of hurt us because that was a big thing every year. And they did the publicity, and they had in Austin, certainly as you're aware, did have the resources to go track people down and arrest them. And so they did it on TV. They started leading up. They had everybody, which they were, they weren't just representing anything. They could have showed up at your work. And so, but they played that like the 2 weeks leading up to it. Don't be arrested at your work. We'll come get you at your house, that kind of thing. And then everybody kind of piggybacked onto that and sent out the letter. So it was an opportunity for the smaller municipalities to really clean up. Clean up as far as their warrant load, because everybody had been watching the TV and the Austin San Antonio stations for a month saying they were going to come get them. So, but when they quit doing that a few years back, it's just kind of, it was something that's, it's just changed the warrant landscape a little bit. We don't get that once a year big clear the book thing that we used to always count on.
Hey, Judge, I got a question for you. This is Mike.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Mom.
Yeah.
How many outstanding warrants do we have that we haven't closed out on yet?
Oh, we purged a bunch a while back because the common thought is that anything older than 10 years is going to present additional problems. How many do we have outstanding right now? I cannot give you an exact number, but it's more than a few. Okay?
Well, wait a minute. What's more than a few? Can you give me a ballpark figure?
Couple thousand.
Couple of thousand. Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, that's, yeah.
It's the whole city.
It's almost up.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people drive through here. Yeah, no, and unfortunately, I mean, that's probably, that's pretty accurate. I could certainly get you the exact numbers if you'd like them, but it's way too many.
So we need to come up with a plan or something and be more efficient on this. If we got all those outstanding warrants, we need to make sure people pay for not paying their fines.
Yeah. Well, short of, we've got two things. We can, and we've been talking about one, about referring it out to a collection agency. We've discussed that. We did that a long time ago, a number of years ago. We were actually doing that on a limited basis, probably about 8 years ago, 7 years ago, I want to say, but we've discussed it several times since then. The success was limited, but it is, whatever you pay them, you're paying them a fraction of what they're collecting. That and, reporting them to DPS, that's what and people that have warrants with their tickets, I mean, these are people that move around a lot and that don't, I mean, I hate to generalize. People that just totally blow their tickets off and say, I know I've got a warrant, I'm never going to pay. They move around a lot. They're almost impossible to track. The most important thing in their life is not a driver's license. And so other than report it to DPS or turn it over to collections, those are really, in Texas, those are your options. Now, they've got some states that do things like a couple of different states
that provide subsidies, they actually take the warrants out of that. Like in Alaska, I know they've got a situation there. People that are, they're getting money from the state for whatever reason. A lot of states, and I don't mean like, welfare subsidies or anything. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about straight cash. The state paying you every year for one reason or another. They take the tickets out of that. Okay. And so, but I guess what I'm in a long roundabout way, what I'm trying to say is those are really our only two recourses under the law.
Judge, I remember about 40 years ago, I was in Martindale and I got pulled over doing a 35 and a 30, and I was a dumb kid, and I didn't pay my speeding ticket. I went straight to jail until I paid that fine. So that's changed. They don't do that anymore, correct?
No. Where'd you, well, I don't want to.
Well, I'll tell you, DPS pulled me over in the city limits of Martindale about 1980. And I had an outstanding speeding ticket. I went straight to jail until I paid my fine, and I paid it pretty quick.
Yeah, no, and a lot of things have changed.
Okay.
Think for the better in that period of time. But no, I mean, the communication between the municipalities is somewhat lacking. Okay. And I mean, if you get pulled over in Martindale, you've got a warrant, but other than that, you can get pulled over a lot of places, they're not even going to find this warrant. Okay. So it's a crapshoot in that regard. And I can't explain that other than just to state, I just know from experience that's a fact. But
okay.
I mean, I agree that, something, that whatever tools are available to us, we definitely need to use, try to utilize them so we can, but that's just ever since I've been here, that's kind of the numbers that we've been dealing with, and any court, if you look, I mean, you can Google online and see, and the courts, the municipal courts, I'm not talking about JP or anything else, the numbers are outstanding or staggering. I mean, people have got, I read an article a couple of years ago, and they were talking, some of the medium to larger size cities had they were talking about the numbers of citations that they were just going through and just blowing out of their system. They're just saying, hey, we haven't caught you by now. We're not gonna, and usually 10 years was the number, but the numbers were astronomical, and the numbers for the larger cities were crazy. I mean, they were in the hundreds of thousands and had citations that were going back to the 80s. And the Municipal League, Municipal Education Center, and everybody, and all of the lawyers that are involved in the municipal system statewide, we're saying, recommending, look, you need to just blow these out. Anything that's over 10 years, you're not going to collect it. If you were going to collect it, you would have done so by now. So that's been the prevailing thought for a couple of different reasons. But it's a tricky situation. I mean, everybody has got way more unpaid tickets than they want. I mean, you'd be able to collect on, all of them in a perfect world, or at least a good margin. But every court that I have read about or I'm aware of personally has got similar numbers.
So you don't have an outstanding balance report. You've never presented that to the council. You're giving us how many tickets that are being written every month.
Yes.
We don't have an idea of how much is a balance that should have been collected. All we're seeing is what you're collected. So there's an imbalance there. There's what is outstanding, but you're only showing us the revenue that you're receiving. So what Mike's alluding to, obviously, is this blown up, uncollected funds.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know that. And you're not 100% sure what that number is either.
Can't we get a report?
It's not, that's why I'm asking. It's not in these reports.
I am willing to work with the council like I've been for the last 10 years. If you need something, everybody's got my email. If there's a particular item that interests you, reach out. If you want something included in the report, let me know.
Would we be able
just because we've done things a certain way in the past doesn't mean that we can't change it. I can give you, more information in one area, less in another, whatever. I'm open to that. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Would we be able to work with the county jail or something like that?
The thing about that is that costs money. And anything you were going to collect on that is gone the first day. Okay. And so that's kind of where you're at with that.
We do have repeat offenders who aren't paying the tickets and they are getting stopped a second and third time. So I guess we're gonna have to work on something.
Yeah, no, yeah, and I welcome that. I mean, I'll listen to anybody's ideas. You know, I don't profess to have all the best way. I just know how it's been done in the past and how I've done it. And the other, I mean, I know a part of it from being a lawyer and a part from being a judge. It's just but there are different ways to attack the situation. And it's outstanding money. I mean, my first impression would be to get everything and let's try and find somebody that we can work with in a collections capacity. Okay. But I mean, you know, it's like I said, you're trying to collect from a lot of people that are almost impossible to be found even via skip trace. You know.
Does anyone have any other questions?
I do. I wanted to say, can we get a report of the outstanding warrants that are, you know, just so that way we'll have that information? And then, so then, like, I know that in our budget, we were talking about increasing the, you know, the days there at the court. How many days are you there throughout the week
I'm not here throughout the week unless I'm called to.
or throughout the month?
I come here to do reports. I come here, I mean, I talk with Letty every day almost on the phone, but I don't come in because I have a full-time practice that takes up my days and there's nothing to do here. Letty is and for all practical purposes, the administrator. She does everything else.
Okay.
Anything that I need to weigh in that's not standard, I mean, like I said, we communicate constantly on the phone and via email. I come in for, you know, anything that she needs me to or anything that comes up, and that's just the way I've done it for at least the last 8 years.
Okay, and then one of the other, I just wanted to pass along is that I was in the office one day and was waiting, but it was 100% Spanish speaker, a gentleman that came in, and he needed to fill out a form for, you know, having a payment plan, and he could not read the documents, and you do not have the forms in Spanish. Is there any way that the forms could also be included or updated to include Spanish?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, yes, there's nothing wrong with that at all. Everybody, all four forms need to.
Yeah, I'd have to like explain just each line to him, which.
Was Letty here?
Yes, sir.
And she did look for the forms in Spanish and was unable to find them.
You were here. Yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah, no, I'll see that. There you go. Yeah, no, I will, I'll see that we get those printed up.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you a little bit later.
Yeah.
Okay, Chief of Police.
He's coming around.
Oh, he's coming around.
He's coming through the door here.
Did you hear her say chief and then you came around that door to make a grand entrance?
Because your space.
Don't leave, Pete. You're next.
I'm gonna go around. Want to make a grand entrance. Not really. But I want to talk about National Night Out again. I think it's going to be a good thing. I put out some flyers now. We're going to put it on our website. Got some flyers here. I've walked around town now. I want to put them out. It's going to be on Tuesday, October 3rd, which is everyone in the state is doing it on that night. I want to get out ahead and have some people here and bring the whole community here to downtown and see what we can do. Introduce ourselves as the police department, introduce the city, and just like neighbors, getting to meet neighbors so that we can get out and know each other. And
I suggested to the chief that we could buy hamburgers and hot dogs and the paper goods and lemonade to give to people as they come, and maybe as we take this flyer out, maybe ask them to bring some desserts or something to come and join. We did this years ago. I remember down at the park, and the Hispanic community from the neighborhood over there and stuff came. It was so much fantastic food. I and one other person were the only anglers. So I want everybody to come.
Yeah, what my plan is we're gonna try to work on getting a sign-up roster, so we'll know about how much, if the city is gonna provide that food, we'll know about how much to get. So we'll add that on the website, and things are gonna keep getting added onto this, trying to find local citizens to do things. I got, Ernie from over there, or, I'm sorry, Easy from over there off 1979, he's gonna bring his, shave ice machine already. I already spoke to him, see if we can get some people from the community that have things like that can come here and just be here. I think it'd be a good thing for everybody to meet each other and just see each other, see the neighbors. And I think that's what we're gonna do, try to make it a big thing. Already got the fire department on board, and us. So this is just the beginning. I know we're talking about it. I've reached out to National Night Out, the foundation, and they're gonna send me a welcome gift, because we haven't signed up for it from here before as the police department, so they're gonna send me the welcome gift. I hope I get it pretty soon, and, see what all they walk us through and tell me other things to do. But keep watching our website for all the citizens that are out there listening. Keep watching our website. We're gonna add some stuff to it. Adrian's been working with me, and we're gonna add some things to it. And we'll keep people updated on what we're doing.
Thanks. I think it'll be great.
I hope so. I hope it's a good event.
It does sound really good, and that's a good idea about the burgers. Also, Chief, I wanted to ask you about like neighborhood watches, like, neighbors also watching out for neighbors. Do we have anything like that in town other than just like, kind of like, sometimes you see signs that say neighborhood watch, or, I don't know if that's like something that's done through the police department, or is that just individuals getting together, or how is that done?
So what I guess right now, in the past, well, whatever, it's a community event. Neighborhood watch is for community citizens to get together and go patrol their neighborhoods and get together and then call in if they see something. I think we need to expand that, and that's one thing we're gonna talk about while we're here. Let's just use Butterfly Meadows, for example. If they have the neighborhood watch signs out, but who's actually doing it, who's going out and looking for things and just watching for their neighbors. Another thing I'd like to do is a Ring doorbell camera or camera registry. Not so that I reach out to them, but if someone's got a camera and we have a crime or something, we had that, and it worked really well when we reached out to the people, so that they said, hey, you know what, at this time and date, please look at your camera and see if you see something.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not gonna go look at their cameras or anything like that, but have them look at their cameras and say, hey, did you see something in this time frame?
Can you share?
Right.
Share.
I don't know how much I can talk about stuff right now, but as far as the agenda, but we've had a couple of burglaries at the park. I know that, so we could reach out to some people, and get the camera footage and so forth. That might help us out in solving those things. We got some good information, but seeing them here in the area with the cameras and things like that really help out. National news right now is happening in North Carolina or South Carolina. I believe there's an escaped fugitive, and they've been catching this guy on Ring cameras and stuff like that. They haven't caught him yet, but he's over. So those are things that we're going to talk about for National Night Out for the police department and let people know.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
So it will be in the street or in a building?
So we're going to have the police department here, but we're going to have it in the street mainly.
Hmm.
We'll block off the street and have it out there. We'll have the patrol cars, we'll have the fire trucks, we'll have things like that out there. But we're going to get some flyers of things of information and stuff like that. I don't know where we'll do I'll meet with the mayor and so forth, and we'll find out where we're doing the food and everything else, some areas.
Okay.
I've got with the cafe, they've already got the poster up in their window and stuff like that.
We'll have to get it out.
Yes, I'll get some more. I'll get some in color. I just print mine out black and white, but I'll get some more.
Thank you.
And if for like the library, if they want to be open during that time, I think that, everybody, I don't know, but I mean, it would be a
That's
good thing.
Tuesday night.
Yeah, it's a Tuesday night from 5 to 9. I think we'll be there.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Okay, Pete, wastewater. August report. The last time you were here, we had to do this real fast because you had an emergency.
We had a maintenance event. And I'm gonna start with the Martindale apartments, and I'll stop at number 3.
Okay.
To discuss the property decision. So what was going on at the Martindale Apartments, we're getting a lot of clear water going into the lift station and making the pumps get hot. So I talked to the manager there. We had this issue before where they had a bunch of leaking toilets, water faucets just running constantly, making these pumps cycle more than ever. So he said she was gonna fix them, and that's all I can do, because I can't invade her space inside the buildings, but I haven't had any more alarms there, so that's a good thing. Yeah.
Is there a way for you to track that then on the usage rates through Martindale Water Supply, they are being a high user?
You can also use the time clock on the pump run. And it'd be kind of hard to do that because you got a combination of that, but you got some other people coming from the southeast side.
You have a couple other properties that are feeding into the same pump.
That's correct.
But
the one that you can define the one from the apartments, because it's real clear the water.
you're saying it's from a water leaking. This is not anything else. Are they on 1 meter over there?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are 1 meter. It's right there in the headings.
So they only have 1 meter, so you can't identify a particular.
The only one that can tell me would probably be Steve Fonville. He would probably have some.
So, but we know it's from there because their meter is.
Somebody else, yeah. There's only 2 connections there to that lift station.
Okay.
And the Madison lift station had no alarms or anything like that, so that was pretty good.
Well, I know the rates were really high at Dollar General. They were using 28,000 gallons a month, and so I don't know how you can distinguish between the usage rates of the apartments or Dollar General.
Just by the water usage, that's about it.
Okay.
Dollar General goes into Crockett, I think.
Oh,
Does it go into
are you
Madison?
talking about,
Not Madison.
about the drinking water, or are you talking about wastewater?
Well, however it starts out and wherever it goes.
You're gonna have water to have wastewater, so.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
You get the water meter would probably be there.
We'll check back with the water supply.
Yeah, the city doesn't have access to those water meters reports at a regular basis, so that would be a special request that we send over to the general manager. He likes to be able to produce them, but we don't have to. Yeah, unless we suspect something is wrong.
We had that issue before, remember?
Yeah, at apartments before.
And we burned the pumps. You're at by 2 meters. So that's not a good thing, but not to jump to the main lift station. We had a big event there because I had to hire a septic hauler wastewater transport to transport our wastewater for at least 3 or 4 days. Like that. And the day that I left from here from the meeting to the following Friday, because the reason was because there was no availability of equipment. They only had the bobtails, the smaller 3,000 gallon tanks. But those can only pump so far. This wet well is about 40 foot deep.
Mhm.
I don't know, do you have the pictures?
I do.
The pictures. I want to share with you.
What else found in your packets?
That's what we found inside the pump. That pump is that messed up with all that, with like towelettes and a bunch of stuff that are going into our lift station.
The tennis ball, you
And the
said.
tennis ball right in the middle of it. All the rags and stuff, and we had to wait for these guys right here with a bigger truck, because this thing can go up to 40, 60 feet deep. Well, this thing's about 40 foot. The smaller trucks can't pull that much water, because it's too much head. Pull up the water, but that one there, they had extensions in it. That's the one, that's where they were disposing the wastewater into the.
So we knew that this was a pending issue. That elbow has been broke for a while. We put in a grant to replace it. We were going to use ARPA funding. We were going to use our engineering services to do a comprehensive fix of our lift station. Got quotes at that time. They notified us of other grant opportunities. We included Crockett Lift Station on that grant. We've been awarded that grant. Yes, it's yet to be fully contracted. We knew that we had one pipe elbow that was broke, but we also understood that we had 2 pumps. And so the procedure was going to be, is if we ever had an issue with one of the pumps, we just pull them out and swap the pump, the good pump that's on the bad pipe onto the good pipe, and we go on with our way. What we were not expecting is that we would not be able to retrieve the good pump that was sitting at the bottom of the well. And that's what happened.
And now it's down there.
And the
No,
rope,
he's
the
not.
rope that's used to fish out the good pump, the secondary pump, the backup pump, had fallen into the well or broken, was unretrievable. And so because of that mistake, we realized the risk that we were taking in a way that we intended to mitigate, but it cost us $20,000.
Or,
And that's on our agenda tonight to approve.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
The majority of that was transferring all this.
Pete, what is that, like hook in the chain?
Well, I'm trying to slow them down a little bit.
Hey, quick question, Pete.
Yes, sir.
So there's no way to retrieve that, there's no way to retrieve that pump. It's impossible.
No, we did, Mike. We got everything back online on that Friday. But,
No, what I mean is the pump that dropped, there's no possible way to retrieve it.
No, you got it.
No, they got it.
They got it.
We got it.
Just-
They did get both pumps out.
there's
Oh,
only
it was
one.
damaged.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay.
One was damaged, one was good.
Oh, I can't. Okay, I couldn't hear you. I got it. Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir. And that hook, I bought that hook, because that's what saved our life.
Good.
We got those pumps, so we yanked both of them out. And we got lucky with the pumps too, because I was afraid that other pump was messed up, so.
And this is like a macerator pump, or what is it? Is this-
It's a non-clogged pump. Can you lower it down? Here, that's here.
The grinder.
No, it's not a grinder, it's a non-clogged pump.
So this same property is continuously problematic in its impact on the services that we have to perform in maintenance. They're a preponderant, what are they, 2/3 of our problems that we spend is
There are different lift
affiliated?
stations, but if you're referring to the apartment lift station, the
Yeah.
apartment lift station is the most expensive lift station and has the least amount of customers. The Crockett lift station services the entire city. That's the low point that everything flows to, and then that gets, from there it gets pumped. So this issue, the second issue that we're talking about, where we had to fish out a pump and broken pipes and such, that was at our Crockett lift station, that was our main lift station. The other, at the apartment lift station,
It's a different story.
is a
Can you hand me a bottle?
different issue.
Yeah.
The two were unrelated.
So this bill for 22 has nothing to do with the apartments.
No.
Not this one.
Not one.
Not that we believe. It likely it is not, because those are grinder pumps over there. And so if these clogs came from that area, likely get clogged at those grinder pumps instead of that. The fact that that's level of clogging at Crockett suggests that it's somewhere in the downtown area, I would
But
think.
you're referring to it was mostly clear water,
Oh, that one's at the apartment.
that department.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a different scenario.
Yeah. So we have no idea where this is coming from.
That, we don't know. Just people, you can't control their behaviors, they can throw anything. We found the bed sheets and everything, pillowcases,
Towels.
towels. And at one time, they had talked about putting in like a screening device there to try to intercept all the trash before going into the pump. So that might be something of interest later on down the future. To install. You know, so, because these pumps cost a lot of money, they're not cheap. And I hated to waste all this money, but because all we're doing is moving water. And I know with this money, we could have bought another pump.
Yeah.
And like I said, once we saw the pump, we pulled them out. The other pump we got it sent to the shop to break it down. So give us a quote so they can repair it. So I don't end up buying them. I haven't heard from them yet, but when I get the verdict, the job.
So what we're voting on tonight is going to include the repair of the pump.
No, that's just a bill.
That's just a bill
That's just a bill for services.
from the
I know,
waste.
but we haven't gotten the bill for repairing the pump.
Yeah, no, that's me a whole nother.
Oh, that's a different scenario. That's a different story. As soon as I get it there, I'll share it with you.
Yeah.
I will.
I know you will.
Yeah. I was trying to be honest with you guys, that I don't let nothing pass by.
But thank you for including the pictures and like, you know, letting us.
I'm gonna try to be more that way, but yeah, I was sending them their pictures and some pictures.
Hey, Pete, quick question.
Mhm.
You
Yes,
hear
sir.
me?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
you mentioned we had a screen before. We've had a screen before, tried to protect the pumps with some sort of a screen.
No, sir, we talked about it, that was about it. We didn't act on it or nothing like that, but that would help and something like that.
Shouldn't we incorporate that screen as soon as possible in that system to
Well,
prevent this?
You run a problem. The problem we ran into is you have to clean the screen and you have to dispose of the stuff that gets caught on the screen. And that's still hazardous waste. And so you run into some logistical issues that could be expensive. And we never were able to identify a procedure or process that we thought would be costly.
Okay.
Yeah, it can be done.
It can be done. It's just,
Yeah, just,
how much do you want to pay in advance to mitigate the risk later?
Not to dispose of all debris and stuff. Something you gotta compare with the cost of a pump or right, or a screen, the equipment. That's something to think about. And, that was a whole fiasco with that. But I was happy when that other pumps, we cleaned it out and it started right up, so we put it back in. About 5 o'clock today, so we got it going, so everything was back in line. So it's running since, but we're not out of the woods yet, because we gotta get that repairs made. So, yeah, like Jared said, yeah. So it's just a waiting game, I guess now. So. But, any more questions on that? And,
Okay.
and today we had no irrigation this month. That's another thing. We had a leak out there, so we had to fix, I think me and Sam, I think not Sam, but Sean. We repaired a leak out there. My son went down there and so we pressurized the line, and about another foot upstream from there was another crack in that pipe. So that's another one we gotta fix pretty soon. So, and also we collected our monthly samples and checked the pH steady. The pH's been doing pretty good in staying intact. I think I sent you all the reports on those. And we collected all the influent readings for the month. We took the pH of the ponds daily. And we checked all the wiring and the pet control panels and controls. And that Aquafix seems to be working because it's down to about 3.5. It's total down, the total footage down is about 6.5 feet of freeboard.
Oh, that's good.
So it's pretty good. Yeah. And we repaired, I guess I already said that. And we transported 37,500 gallons to the wastewater plant. 8,500 gallons went to their plant. And we got this down here. This is our total pumpage for the month going into the plant. It was 949,888 gallons. And we averaged about 30,641 gallons. And the maximum pumpage was 141,350. The minimum 78.57. And if you want to really want to get the rest of the pumpage, you can add the 37,500 to the 949.
Wow.
Yeah, so it still it peaked about 1 million gallons still. So.
Well, thank you for taking care of it.
Yes, ma'am. Like I said, I hate when that happens because it's part of the system. Yeah. Can you scroll down for that guy's going into that? Sure. Well, that guy right there, he went down there. We tested for gases and all that. So it was aerated and stuff. He was trying to hook the pump. He hooked it up, but for some reason it didn't want to come up. So I don't know if it was an angle. So we finally the next, so they gave up on it because they didn't want to break nothing. You know, so the next day we came in and that's when they lowered the wet well. We were able to use our own crane, so if I would have had the chain, we wouldn't have to go through all this stuff. The chain has gone into it. You're like trying to find a needle in a haystack.
Is he required to wear a respirator when he goes down
Yes, he
there?
had one there.
It's on his face or it's off to the side?
No, it's on his face.
Oh, okay.
The other one was like a gas one up there.
Oh, I see. I think I see it there. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
No, you can't go in there like that.
I know. I just couldn't tell from that side of the shop.
Being in there.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is, I mean, because you can get overcome by gases and stuff.
Methane.
But anyway, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pete.
Thanks, Pete.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the next report is city accountant.
Okay. Folks, you see here the bank balances as of September 5th is when I hear these reports. You see the general fund, the street and road, court restricted, police restricted, utility. What I envision happening with this parking money is it becomes one of these, not necessarily checking accounts, but further down here in the other funds where you see where it's restricted for hotel or utility deposits, things like that. Perhaps we could put that Park Mobile, I can start transferring that money there each month. And reporting wise, I'm not sure if that would become a special revenue fund. I'll have to work on how to keep it separate reporting wise as well as physically. Because typically, you don't carry funds over from year to year unless they have their own bank account. So that's something we'll have to work through.
Yeah, we'll follow something similar to hotel tax.
Yeah. But anyway, you see up there the top section, $88,000 was at First Lockhart Bank. The Tex Pool Emergency Fund, $233,000. I think we noticed the other day that emergency fund is going up $1,000 a month right now, just in interest. Then we have the PFIA funds, you see, that total $667,000. So just under $1 million cash, you see there, $989,000 as of September 5th. The comptroller fine goes down to 283. So that's kind of the state of the bank accounts. Next should probably be the general fund. Going by that one. The general fund budget report. We are through July here, so we're 83% through the year. You can see we've collected 100% of the property tax revenue for the year, so that line item will stop. Municipal court revenue, we've almost collected the whole year's budget in that line item. All the other line items are at or above budget, as you can see, or expected percentage if you look at that far right column. So income is looking good. The next section is personnel expenses. And if you look at the percentages there, you see that total 6,000 personnel, 76% of budget through 83% of the year. So that's online or in line, however to say it. Operating expenses are what you see there. Things that are over budget, but all in all, 77% on those. You see that negative amount, that's overhead reimbursement from the utility fund. $40,000, $41,000 has come in to help offset the operating expenses and the personnel above.
You do that monthly?
15% of gross revenue from the utility.
And to the point that was made during public comments, that is an alternative that the city council could consider, is changing that percentage or that amount that's being used to refund those operating expenses.
Well, we discussed that, was how much is really costing us to collect the money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That was my big thing, was how much are we spending to collect X amount of dollars? And
Most office supplies, almost all postage and freight.
and then labor.
And, telephone, internet, a percentage of that. They're in this line item, these expense accounts, starting with 6,500, 6,600. That's where those expenses are.
I think the one that you were most concerned about it being out of balance was how much we're spending to collect the court revenues. That's the one that was.
I'll be addressing that one later, I can promise you. But that's my issue. I'm just, from a business standpoint, I'm always looking at what it costs to collect, because if you're spending, that's bad form, you know what I mean? Obviously, the court one's easy because it was upside down for a while,
Right.
But the same thing, I'd apply the same rationale to the utilities. You know what I mean? How much should we be spending to collect $100,000 in utility bill? You know what I mean? You start saying it's $40,000, and I'm like, that seems unreasonable. You know what I mean? So that transfer over of money needs to somehow balance with what it costs the city to have these people administratively to collect the money, send out the bills like you're doing. I'm not sure 15% is, I'd like to look at that number, obviously.
And I think it would be worth, studying duties, because the utility fund is covering, you see that line 6099 up near the top? That's actual payroll from the utility fund that they're reimbursing us for the clerks that sit at that desk. But I would say more and more and more, they're spending more time doing other things than utilities.
Yeah, way more.
And yet the utility fund's paying all their salary.
We need to look at that.
So
yeah, I mean, that's what, I'm with you, Rob.
So, now,
I get you.
now we're open 5 days, and now, I don't know, it seems that
online pay
on the fifth day,
should be
we've got
less.
both of them here, I think. Or something, right? There's Thursdays, we've got both of them here. So something to, I guess, crunch the numbers on. If you want to go on down, through the transfers, and then get to the bottom line. Oh, we've got our contracted expenses. What's that one that's 1,000% engineering?
This is one of those items that we talked about, Dwayne, of allocating our costs within the ARPA funds.
Okay.
And looking for reimbursements or shifting, vouchering, journal entering these costs in our county system so that they're reflected against the federal funds, and not the general funds. Or we need to add more money on the revenue side of the general fund.
Okay. So scroll on down, you see contracted services are at 92%. So that section is a little over through July. But there are some expenses that are front loaded in there to keep in mind. So you see at the bottom line, we brought in $164,000 more than we've spent. Currently, I believe we figured the other day, we're going through about $50,000. And your property tax revenue has stopped. So this number is gonna, Jared said he expects to land somewhere around 80 to 100. Well, time will tell where we end up there.
Over, under, we're taking bets.
So, okay, the next page, if there's not any questions, these are just these are our bills for the month. I usually scroll through and look at who we're writing checks to.
So Blaine Murphy is paid to remove garbage from the parks to the dumpster back here.
Yeah.
And that's coming out of that fund, right? The parks fund.
Yeah.
Parks budget.
Budget,
Yeah.
thank you.
That big number there, that's quarterly remittance to the state for the, traffic citations. I think the judge's report earlier said he expects that number to be 22,000. That will be paid at the end of October. But, this is the one for the end of June. It was remitted in July. All right, that's those. And we got more.
I wanted to ask about, like, as far as like the daily record, well, our paper notifications, like whenever we had a meeting that was canceled, I think 3 different occasions, and there was the public notices that went out each time. Are they paying for the notices, or is the city paying for the notices?
Oh, regarding the development agreement
Yep.
stuff, that should be going against them.
So that for the
If we don't
San
have a
Marcos?
deposit, we should-
Unless
should
we make a
find it.
mistake, then we, yeah.
So then that one for the San Marcos daily record for that, was that for public hearings?
I think that was like one of the grant stuff.
Yeah, that was one of the grant ones.
That was a surprise, that was.
Yeah, but
That was something that Langford needed us to do for one of our grant applications and had to get done quickly. We don't use San Marcos record because of how much it costs. But it was one of those things we had to put it out tomorrow kind of thing, so.
But other than that, if it is like a public hearing that has to take place, then the developer, whomever needs it, are the ones responsible for paying that. We're not paying for it.
It should come against their deposits.
Their permit fees.
We'll be
Now, for
addressing
like
that more, you
Oh.
can tell, because that's, the checklist is one of those issues.
The budget
It's not well established yet.
hearing we would pay for, so it just depends on what's being done.
So that's one thing, that's a good point. In cases of development agreements, there's a deposit. In other cases, when there's a zoning change application, there's a fee. The fee would cover those expenses on a zoning change or a subdivision application with the fee. If there's a development agreement, then there's a deposit. We're looking at modifying those fees schedules. This team is taking active look at that now. We hope to have that in council in the next 6 weeks or so.
Cause I'm just wondering if our fees and our things are like 1980s
Yes.
price?
No, 90s.
So.
1990s?
In
Not that.
in our
Okay.
planning and zoning space, they're too low. In our utility space, they're really ridiculously too low.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
You can see the rate change from San Marcos and Lockhart for this 271.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. That's,
Mhm.
but, yeah.
San Marcos is
700.
1,500, no. 700 each, almost 800.
But the Lockhart paper.
And
how much is that
Langford
this once a
placed
week?
it and told
Yeah.
them to send the bill to us. So we didn't have anything to do with it when that happened. We didn't know that was even taking place. We were caught by surprise.
Okay. What grant was it for?
The Northwest.
Oh,
River
gotcha.
Road grant.
Okay. What else do we have here?
It was like environmental, comes right out.
Here's the utility fund. You see $277,000 of income, 85% of budget, so that's on track. And this is probably where we go on down.
Is this 22,000 in there?
What's that?
Is that's not even in there right now?
No, it's not. I mean, it's in August. Yeah, not in this one.
Because we pulled it out to get an okay to pay it before we paid it.
So brought in about 4,000 more than spent through July, but that's gonna look a lot different in August.
So far this year, at the plant maintenance, we spent $38,000 plus another 22. Line item 7090. Is that, am I missing something there?
Well, actually, the 7070 is where the lift stations go, that $25,000 line.
So the issue is we're trying to create the utility fund to be self-sufficient in its.
Yeah, so when we get audited, it's audited as if it's a business.
Yeah.
And so it has to be sustainable from that standpoint.
That was the issue with raising the rates, was based on that information.
Right.
The question then becomes is how much of this repair and maintenance are issues that are going to be maintained, be repaired due to upgrades to the system or should have been upgraded to the system? And how many are problems like we just had?
We have at least one-off problem each year. Each one-off problem has common themes. It's pumps getting ragged up and pump failures or electrical failure that causes the pumps not to function in the sewer system. So those are.
We're way over budget on those this year. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's just,
massively so.
I mean, so.
And saving our bacon is the federal funding that we have in our back pocket. Without that, we would need to transfer money from our general fund to cover the deficits in the utility.
All right. Next page should be vendors that we paid in the utility fund.
What was Travis Hobbs Construction?
So that's one of those from like when they were doing one of the
Taps.
permit, the sewer
Oh,
taps.
okay.
So at the end of July, that one was unpaid. I guess we paid him in August. Community Development Fund, that's grant money that's come in versus what has been spent. The reason that one shows an income is because the timing of the expenditures related to it. There's really only, I think on the first page we saw there's $600 in that account. It's not a lot of extra money.
You're not allowed to, are you?
Yeah. And then that last one should be special revenue funds. So I envision seeing that Park Mobile money end up on this report. You know, it probably have a matching expense line where it's segregated from the general fund.
How is the payroll paid for out of the court funds? The judge's payroll?
It's all of the payroll is paid out of the general fund. I can run reports that match payroll to expenses in the municipal court if we need to. They're just not part of this deck of reports.
Oh, okay. So it's not like his payroll is paid specifically out of the monies received from court fines or?
It all goes in.
It's all the same thing, all in one pot. Okay. Thank you.
We can stack it that way if we need to.
If you look at the court and police combined, the fees that are revenues generated out of the court cover roughly about 40% of the costs of the police department. 40 to 50. Looking at just the court, the fees cover all of the court expenses and then some.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Fines don't usually cover all the costs of public safety though.
No.
Okay. I think that might be it. What else is there? Put some, these are bills that were unpaid as of the 5th. Used to have this in a consent section in that meeting, but those have all been paid as of today.
Voyager fleet is gas. Okay.
And look at that big bill right there. See that wastewater transport?
Yeah.
That's the one from hauling all that waste away that needs to be paid. That's that later. That is it for the finance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thanks, Wayne.
No?
Okay, thank you. So the Parks Advisory Board, had a really good meeting. They elected, officers. It's the first time that they had met in quite some time. So Corey Rulock is the chair. Angela will remain the vice chair, and then, Jeff Latimer will be the recording officer. They had a lot of good suggestions as far as hiring a maintenance person to the parks. So I'm.
I could elaborate a little bit.
Speak to that, yeah.
Majority of the meeting was spent discussing the parks RFP, which will have a updated draft for council to review. Part of that is an annual inspection of the trees, clarifying expectations from the performance of the maintenance team to have maintenance clean up the parks by 10 a.m. and on holidays revisit in the evenings. Small changes like that, which hopefully by the next council meeting you'll have those in your hands. If there's any questions on it.
I just wanted to, because I came to that meeting as well, but I know that we as a council had already went through the same exact document. And then like we all gave suggestions, then it goes back to the park committee, then it comes back to us. Like wouldn't that just like generally start out with the parks advisory, then they do it, then we get it, rather than doing it 3 times?
In a normal circumstance, yes. The problem was Parks Committee was non-functioning for the last 6 months or so. And so in that absence, we took it straight to council. After it got presented to council, then there was interest in the Parks Advisory Board advising city council again. And so now we got that, got their feedback, and we'll take it back. So sorry for looking at it twice. It wasn't the intent, but it was a reflection of.
We are down to members, so if anybody knows of anyone who would like to serve on the Parks Board.
I have somebody really interested, and I couldn't find the application online.
Yes, you will.
It should be on the homepage, but if anything, there's one here in front of City Hall.
Yeah.
So yeah, you just go ahead and ask.
I just have a question. So like with what council proposed for the changes, were those reflected and then they did it and then, or like is what the council proposed not reflected on there, only what the Parks Committee decided and now we go back in, or like?
I believe what we were expecting from council was independent comments on their take on the RFP. To my knowledge, I don't believe we received any.
Did we make a motion? I think we.
Yeah,
we've made a motion.
We reviewed it, it was tabled, provide opportunity for council members to look at it some more during that period. The River Advisory Board decided to call a meeting and review it. What was presented to the council.
I don't know exactly how the motion was presented, but I know that we voted on something.
It was tabled.
It was voted to table.
Yeah, we tabled it.
So if there's any additional comments you still would like council to provide, either Jared or myself.
Can we see the revisions with what the Parks Committee wanted, and then we have time to look at it to come prepared?
I have a draft of it. I could send that to council. On top of that conversation, one of the great things that came of it was now the Parks Advisory Board has established a regular meeting period. So if you're interested in conversing about the parks every 4th Monday, we'll have a park meeting at 6:30 p.m. And that's really it on parks.
Good.
Okay, 4.3.
Can I make a request?
Yeah.
I mean, can we switch this around a little bit and just go to 4.8? Because we have a majority of the participants in the room here and
Well,
now.
I think the next few will be real quick.
Okay.
So 4.3, I would like a motion to table this item until the next city council meeting. There is a revised version that our city attorney just sent half an hour before the meeting started. So if you could have a motion to table that until the next city council meeting, please.
I'll make a motion to table that.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, on the next one, Southwest Towing. We have 2 items in here about the towing companies, and I'm gonna let.
So we
Terrence.
put out a request for proposals. We received proposals from 2 companies, Southwest Towing and Saucedo Wrecking. The proposals had some vague elements to it, and one of them being the relationship between the companies, because when we looked at the proposals, it's the same address, very similar names. So I met with each of them. They are separate entities, owned by brothers, and they happen to share a lot for storing their vehicles. It gave each of them opportunity to kind of explain what their services are. Very similar. Both would serve the city well. The Southwest Towing has a lower cost to customers. People who get towed would be a lower cost than the Saucedo Wreck Car Service. Saucedo Wreck Car Service did mention, however, they anticipate it's either open or soon to be open a storage lot facility off of 110. So instead of being downtown San Marcos near the Black's barbecue, it would be a little bit closer for somebody in Martindale if they have to be towed. However, the cost difference is about $75 per tow. So for that reason, my recommendation is to go with Southwest Towing to award a contract. We do not have a contract form.
Southwest is cheaper?
Southwest is cheaper.
They're $250.
Saucedo was $250 and Southwest provided revised pricing at $175 as their base rate.
Well, what I have in front here is Saucedo is $175. So I got it backwards?
So
Maybe I'm reading it wrong.
they're brothers, right? So I might got.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
Southwest 250.
A lot of scrolling on this agenda, man.
Yeah, Southwest. Southwest.
Page.
So that's page, whatever the flip this is.
You're right. I misspoke. Saucedo Wrecking Service. So Saucedo Wrecking Service is $175 for the tow fee.
And they handle all that,
They handle all that. And then
collect money or pay money.
So I'm gonna make a motion, to go ahead and award, Saucedo, Wrecker Martindale towing contract.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion?
I just have one question. We see what the towing fee is, but then it says dollies and flatbeds and all that. But what is the fee if, say, someone has a truck and they have a trailer attached to their truck? Because a lot of times possibly those kinds of people will get towed. So what is the additional fee for a trailer attached to a truck?
so it'd be a variable cost. There's a flat rate for $50 if additional equipment is required to do that trailer. And then there's also a time element of $50 per half hour that would be assessed for that special towing service.
Okay, so it's an extra $100 possibly for a
Yeah.
trailer.
Yeah. That's probably good. Good
That's
assessment.
pretty standard. Yeah.
Standard?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I was in the car business. This is right in line. You know, this is not unusual, unfortunately.
The impoundment, storage fees and things, those are set by the licensing board, I believe, for the state.
And later you'll clarify the responsibility of installing the signs.
So, both companies, would install the signs, however many and wherever many we want. And so that was a benefit.
And they'll pay for the signs.
Yeah, because the signs are going to have their information on it. And that's also required by the state licensing, board, and, the signs of a certain size and a certain location, depending on the entrance, and then once you're inside the facility where they get posted, and, you know, special red and white letters with font sizes and things that they have to follow. So they would install the signs that are required under the licensing, and so it would be signs at the entrances, the big signs on the entrances, and then down, at least in the phase one area, additional signage down there.
And along Northwest Road. Does that include signage on Northwest Road?
Sure. Include wherever you wanted it to be, or wherever if we have a outstanding, you know, there is no parking allowed on Northwest Road. It's an ordinance already, so.
But we'll have to talk about that more later when it comes to fixing the road and putting in infrastructure in Northwest Road, because the signs might have to be removed and put back and all that stuff. So we'll discuss that later. Thank you.
I think the biggest thing there is, confirming the ordinance that would state no parking subject to tow for, you know, from this 100 block to 900 block of this road, this sort of thing. So as long as that's in place, then we'll put the sign.
We're not gonna just throw signs everywhere.
Okay.
Put one in my front yard.
Right on this.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Okay, so the next item, every year we elect, an elected official to CAPCOG. I would like to, remain the representative for Martindale.
I make a motion to appoint Mayor Katherine Glaze to serve on the Capital Area Council Government CAPCOG Committee.
1 second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
She doesn't want to discuss that one.
Well, I'm trying to move it along here. Okay, so the next one is, for the appraisal district. Sonia has served on this before. I have been talking to Matthew about it. So, we put on here nominate Matthew, but if there's other nominations, we will definitely consider those.
I make a motion to nominate Matthew McGovern as Director of the Caldwell County Appraisal District for the 24-25 term.
I second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I just have one question. Is the director on the board that actually that reviews protests of appraisals? No. You're like a director that oversees.
He would still have to, he would be nominated. This is just a nomination, and then what'll happen is that
This is not a.
all of the, like the school board, they'll have to do their votes. There'll be a ballot that comes out, and then they give their votes, and whoever their top people are, then they're the ones who get, yeah.
Okay.
So it doesn't guarantee him a spot on the board.
Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Okay, here's the one for the water system. There was maybe one bill that was paid before. I re-added the invoices and came up with $22,079.80. There was one I did take away that was to the Madison lift station. These all pertain to the Crockett lift station and having to take all of the water out of the lift station for almost 2 weeks, basically, while they repaired the pumps and everything, so.
Mayor, can you repeat the total again?
$22,079.80.
So I'm gonna make a motion to accept the total wastewater system repairs of the amended amount of $22,079.80 from the American Rescue Plan, the ARPA fund.
A second.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so this ARPA fund was that fund from about a year ago that was like $200,000, and it just went all over to the quote wastewater.
So it was a $300,000, a little over $300,000 that we received from the federal government. We proposed a spend plan where a vast majority of that would be used on wastewater system upgrades and repairs.
How much of that is left?
Like well over $250,000.
Yeah, but I remember the meeting, you specifically allocated like 220, 230, kind of, you had a number that you picked, it was over 200,000, you kind of said, hey, this, just for budgetary purposes, this is gonna go to the wastewater plant, and
Yeah, so
there was some discussion, I know everyone was kind of like, and just,
There was
okay, whatever.
$130,000 set aside for wastewater upgrades, plus a $20,000 management reserve to account for changes and fluctuations in price. So at this point, $20,000 out of here, you could consider that there's about $110,000 left on that initial spend.
So we've not spent a single penny on that.
We have spent $20,000 under that spend plan, separate from the wastewater. We had approved $20,000 going towards personnel expenses that we had expected to be short on this year. Turns out we weren't.
Yeah, I remember that now.
And then we've had 1 or 2 smaller amounts that come up, $6,000 here, and I think there was some engineering fees we've allocated. So all total, we've probably obligated, if the city council approves this, about $50,000 or so out of that 300. So there's still be about $250,000 left.
There's another.
The other things that were in that spend plan included a planned matching component for the Northwest River Road project of $67,000. That should be unaffected by this. And the other grant that we got for wastewater system repairs has a lot of overlap with our planned spending on the ARPA fund. So I'm trying to work with Keith and our engineer, Tom Turk, to deconflict the different spend plans of what was on the grant that we're going to get awarded, when is that going to get awarded, what's our spend plan for the ARPA funds, because ARPA funds need to be spent by September 2024. So we don't have a lot of time to spend a lot of money. We want to make sure that we're spending that funding accordingly. Now, since we received less than $10 million, the only reporting requirements that the city has is that we blanket call this revenue recovery. Call it revenue recovery, we go into the general or utility fund, and then it's recovered at that point. So if we need to do that, that's something that we still have the ability to do. However, I'd rather put that money into use as quickly as possible, because as you see, with a planned mitigation of being able to switch one pump from one pipe to the next, had a chain fall down a hole, and it cost the city $20,000.
Well, my frustration is that this was something that was approved a year ago, and we've now had at least 2 massive expenses with regard to the wastewater plant, and there has been no spend of that money in a positive manner to prevent this. I've looked at this Pete's report, and it's the same flipping thing from 2 years ago from the first time I sat in here. It's the same issues. My concern, my problem with is that we got this money. I was a little frustrated that just while I went to the wastewater plant, I was ignorant, I don't understand. But then I don't see it hasn't been spent yet. And now we have another $22,000 that is unrecoverable expense. To me, you know, it's like, it's okay, we have the money, just go ahead and spend it. I'm like, that's not the purpose of that money. The purpose of that money is to prevent problems from happening again. Does that mean they don't have it? Of course. But, you know, we've known that there was an issue with this location for all this time.
Do you think it's because when we start looking at resolutions for that, or become proactive in that manner, you start looking at the prices of things and it's not even.
Well, the problems that we faced since the spend plan was approved about a year and a half ago, I think it's been forward, is getting the engineers out to do a full system walkthrough with Pete. Pete walked into all the sites, getting estimates for that job. At that point, we never got a complete and full estimate. It was considered, hey, we're looking at this community development block grant. But we can't use it on the downtown stuff that we're thinking of doing it. Let's do it on this wastewater. Let's submit that grant. Well, the grant, that's a 6 to 9 month process of wait and see. And so that's where a lot of the time is saying, wait and see. If we put in a grant to do something and we go ahead and do it before we get the grant awarded, once we get the grant, we can't really use that money for
you're getting to exactly where I wanted to go to. Okay, so you're going to go exactly. Now we have this money that as I already told you before, I don't want it going to the wastewater plant. We're going to be awarded a $400,000 wastewater thing. We gambled, we lost. I get you. It's all good. But my point is now, are we going to be able to move that ARPA fund out of there from a wastewater designation onto other things? Yes. And I want to make sure everyone understands that that's what my problem was. Is I'm okay with gambling. I understand, perfectly valid. I'm not happy that we lost, you know, because that's, you know, but it's the same issue. If Pete's not going to be able to go out there and provide the interaction with whoever needs to be to do it, then can we please find someone who is going to have the understanding to take care of this project on and do a report that's supposed to be reported? If he has a struggle with that, that needs to be addressed, whether it's Turk or somewhere else. That to me is my underlying problem with this 100%, is that I feel your frustration. You're only here with I get it. Okay. But we have, if that party cannot provide what we need, then, you know, let's find someone, please. Cause to be honest with you, I don't want to use $1,000 that could go towards, you know, the police force or a car, or vehicle, and improvements that we desperately need. I know. And instead we're, you know, moving from one place to another, you know, that's
very literally.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, what you're sensing, the frustration is real. There has been breakdowns of communication for sure, regarding the wastewater operator, engineer, plans. Tonight, because I didn't look at a fine detail of a quote that, you know, just, yeah, go ahead and do it. I found out tonight that no one's contracted to do the road repairs. I found out tonight at city council meeting. So that's an issue.
I have a lot of concerns about that whole situation, but not on you
You
guys.
got some experience now. So you can-
There's a lot of concerns.
But to the broader point of, can we move funding out of, there you go, there's the spend plan on the screen.
Thank you.
Can we move that funding around? Definitely. There's nothing that says we can't.
But you know,
I'm willing to have a little further conversations on this issue one-on-one of the impacts that would happen if we called it revenue recovery and put it into the general fund or the utility fund, and how that would impact those funds at an end of year balance situation and what would happen then. So there's opportunity there that we can make sure that the money doesn't go poof and goes away.
I don't know if I follow that.
I'll talk to you after.
Yeah, okay.
but I just wanted to make sure and make it known, because I know that Pete's name was mentioned. Whenever we start pointing fingers, we need to definitely point it right back at us, because ultimately we as a city are responsible for making sure that these type of actions take place. So when we want to start throwing out names out there and doing that, I think we as a city, we're responsible for upholding, you know, what we're saying we're going to do. And if we let it go on for 2 years, shame on us. You know what I mean? So
absolutely,
that's all I want to say.
Yeah, and I share that responsibility. Yeah. It's, the buck stops with me. I'm not trying to throw Pete under the bus.
Oh, no,
But
it's everybody.
it's still, nonetheless, it's still frustrating to find out piece of information.
But also, Pete's working tiny off over there, and there's only two hands and one head, you know, it's like,
Yeah, reporting alarms in the middle of the night.
Yeah. it's the same thing here, it's only, it's Adrian the mayor in here. Dwayne, sometimes you show up here and there, you know? It's like, it's hard to keep up with all this stuff, man, it's totally, there's no blame, we just need to address it and get it done.
So yeah, with this proposed benefit plan, we can relook at where that's at. Actually, I'd hoped to have that ready for tonight, but we had some technical difficulties on the Zoom calls.
Meanwhile, we have this bill, we just need a vote on if we're gonna pay for it or not.
Okay.
I'm done
No
talking.
more discussion.
Thank you.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 I make the motion.
Okay, so the motion carries.
There's the other option, taking out of your salary, Mayor.
Okay.
Next
so-
time Matthew's gonna go down the hole.
Yeah. Hey, let us know next time you do that, yeah.
Okay,
Scary as one, man.
now we'll talk about the library contract. So this is really taking me by surprise. So that at the budget workshop, the city council voted to award the library with $24,000. And so we went ahead to write a contract. When Jared and I got together, we went to the ALA site, I think it was, and basically regurgitated what they said that a library needed to do to be accredited. And we were pretty proud of the contract that we wrote. Sent it to, well, we brought it to city council. Nobody really had too many comments about it. There were a few minor changes. Sent it to our attorney. He said, don't say anything wrong. Sent it to the library and all hell broke loose. And it was like, what in the world is going on? It was like, you'd think they'd say, thank you, and where do I sign? But instead, they take the contract and they don't just redline it or anything. They completely write another one that completely takes out all terminology related to being accredited. And it's like, that's a deal breaker.
Wait,
We are not gonna have a contract that we're constantly being told by the library that the city has to fund them so that they can remain accredited. And, but this thing that they wrote, I took a few things and I made a third contract that I put into the stuff tonight to look at, that I feel is a good contract. And it should be sufficient. So I'm completely baffled as to why they're upset with this.
We tried to talk to the mayor and we were not class.
This is for the city council to talk.
Okay.
Whose is this one?
Okay, so I'm handed out, what is in black print was the original contract. What is scratched out was changed by Jared, and what is in yellow was added, and that was presented to the city during the meeting in August the 3rd.
Okay, just a minute, let me clarify something. So you say the black,
The black
Was
was
the
the original
contract
contract that was
from
signed 3 years
3 years
ago.
ago.
Yes, ma'am.
but we were on a brand new contract.
You took that contract and changed it. Yeah.
Is it all right for anyone else to see this but us, or?
I don't care who sees it.
Well, they've seen it because they
Okay.
rewrote it.
Well, I just didn't know because here.
So, no, wait, my point is,
It's
my
all
point is,
spelled out. I mean,
my
if
point
someone
is-
Would like to see this as we're reviewing it, I think that's important.
my point is, there was more than just a few changes. There were a lot of changes to the contract. So when it was first described to me, there was 2 changes. There's more than 2 changes. Okay, I just wanted to be upfront and aware of the changes that were made. Okay, so I only printed this out because I was tired of, hearing different stories. Okay, and I don't want there to be a fight. I have reached out to both parties to try and rectify the situation because I moved back here not to hear this crap, okay? And I'm tired of it. All right, I did not move back and relocate my kids 2,000 miles back to this town after being gone for 13 years under the pretense that there was gonna be bickering. And if y'all can't get along, I'm gonna have a problem with every one of you, okay? And I'm tired of it. All right, there does not need to be any bad mouth or bad blood here at all. You know, we're either gonna fund it or we're not gonna fund it. I tried to have a meeting with the mayor and with people at the library, and we were told not to have a meeting with them because for whatever reason, I'm gonna meet with whoever I want to. If you want to sanction me, I really don't care, okay? So I'm gonna meet with whoever wants to have a meeting and wants to have an open discussion about a topic, because I don't want there to be fighting and people talking behind each other's backs. I don't want it, okay? Period. And if you don't like it, tough badooties. I've had enough. Okay? I've had enough. All right? So I'm just presenting what I know is a fact. If I'm wrong, by all means, tell me. What I'm saying here is the library was given a contract that had a lot of changes to it and was beyond what they expected. Okay? So they were very frustrated that there was a lot of things going on. So I printed this up because I didn't understand it. So I did it for my own edification. I'm sharing with you what I learned. Okay? Some of it I agree with and some of it I don't agree with. I have listened to the library and I understand why they have some problems with it. I don't agree with all of it. One of them that they did not want to include was the budget. I told them, I'm sorry, but you better give us the budget because I'm going to require the budget. It was handed out at the last city council meeting. It wasn't presented as, hey, by the way, we handed the budget, but it was in the papers that were presented to all of us in council.
It wasn't profit or loss, but it was a budget.
It was a budget. We wanted to know what they're spending the money on. Yes, we wanted to know, they sent it, okay? And they've agreed to do that, all right? With regard to the other, I mean, just to give you an idea, the word count on the original contract, not counting signature, was 346 words. The new one is 589 words. It's much bigger. It's a lot more contract. It's a lot more verbiage. And to be quite honest with you, what the consensus was from the library was that some of it was overkill, for lack of a better word, okay? There are several issues with regard to the term. The term was never asked by them to go to 15 months. By effectively changing to 15 months, their reporting budget now changes their revenue received from the city down to $19,200 in a fiscal year. Because they have to take that number of 24,000, divide it by 15, and then multiply it by 12. Because you've broken it over a 15-month for their TSLAC ruling, they have to put down that they're only being funded $19,200. Just a simple word change effectively created a shitstorm. And all I wanted to do was have a meeting to explain this in a very simple way and not have to do it out here in the public. Okay? So I wasn't trying to be a bumblebutt. I was trying to be nice about it. Okay? We don't want to be nice. We're not going to be nice. But effectively, you've adjusted their budget. That was a showstopper because it affects them going forward. Okay? For them. If you want to be really concerned about some of these things, one of them is you don't have to pay them in a lump sum. You can pay them $2,000 a month. You would effectively make the city $500+ in interest by paying them on a monthly standpoint versus paying them in a lump sum. Just by adding the interest on a running total. Actually, it's about $550, assuming 5%. There's these little things that I had a conversation with them that helps the budget, provides money to the revenue to them, and it coincides with the benefits for them. I understand what you were doing. It was a good idea and it made sense to you, but that's not what it effectively helped them. It effectively hurt them. And that was my purpose of having a meeting, was to avoid this.
We gave them $21,000 last year.
Yep.
We're giving them $24,000 this year. They're coming across as very ungrateful.
Well,
And they're coming across as if they are entitled to this money.
Yeah, but
and they're not.
No, and I agree with you, Mayor. I 100% agree with you. I'm not disputing that.
We
And
just
I don't
put
want-
in the contract and things that it's like, we're gonna do this, these are our responsibilities, and you're gonna do this. And it seems to me that they don't want to be held accountable for anything.
Well,
They just want the money, and They want us just to be shut up and go away and not say anything. And it would be like if I got a Christmas present and I went back and said, that's just not enough. That's unacceptable. This is unacceptable.
I think like, just for me to interject, and I just want to say, thank you, Councilmember McGovern, for your insight. I did kind of feel in trouble, and it's not even, I know you're, maybe I'm sitting next to you and your voice is just escalated, but I feel you, man, you know? But I just wanted to say that, I think like when we get it and we set it aside, I think like the gratefulness that I am able to get is like seeing the students, the same students that I'm able to work with in the pictures that are coming to the story times, that, you know, when they're saying to come to Martindale, they're, you know, with all of the pictures and the programming that they do, from the one student that came to Kite Day that's, you know, in a wheelchair, but able to come and enjoy something here, you know, here being pushed in a swing. So I think I'm able to get my gratitude through the pictures.
And they do a lot for the town, but they don't do any more than any other library in the state of Texas does. Because I worked for a library for 20 years, and I know how libraries work. And I think the library is charming. I didn't vote against them not to have any funds, but not only are they getting $24,000, but now they want a contract exactly the way they want it. And their contract really guts it took out accredited. That's very offensive to me.
No. So the reason they took out accredited is because they're not accredited if we do a 15-month. If it's a 15-month contract, they're going to be accredited.
Yes, it would be.
Can I say one? Can I say one thing? Hey, can I say one thing? Can I speak?
Just a
Can I
moment.
speak?
Just a moment. Just a moment. Jared was speaking.
I yield to Councilmember.
Okay.
Okay.
Mike, go ahead.
I've always voted for the library. I've voted for the 21,000 for 3 months. I have an issue.
3 years.
They have to be, they always said we need to be accredited to get grants. So that has to be in the document, that it's accredited so they can apply for grants.
I'm
So
sure they would be.
that has to stay. Hey, let me speak. Don't interrupt me, please. So it operate a free accredited public library. It has to be accredited so they can apply for grants. So that terminology has to stay in the document. I'll leave it at that.
I'm sure they would be willing to compromise with that. I think we have board members here right now.
That's why, wait a minute, let me back up. That's why they always said we need 21,000 because to stay accredited, you need to give us $21,000, the city of Martindale. So it has to stay accredited, so it needs to be in the contract.
Jared, what were you going to say?
So the accreditation requirement for local government funding or local public funding is that at least half of the minimum spending requirement must be from public government funds. The minimum spending requirement is the whatever is more, either the $21,000 or $24,000, or the average of the last 3 years spent. In 2020, they spent $30,000. I'm giving it to their benefit. They'd only reported $22,000 because it was COVID, but they actually were able to do 30,000. 21 was about 28,000. 2022 was 46,000. Their 3-year average during that period is roughly $35,000. So the city's portion that would be required to spend for them to maintain accreditation isn't $24,000 or $21,000. In the 3-year period, it's $17,500, and a couple cents less. So even if the weird math that I don't follow at all on getting to 19,200 is still enough to qualify for the state's minimum government funding requirement, which would be 17,500.
I didn't bring, I had a piece of paper with the requirements for accreditation. I would like to see that on there so we can.
For that link to me, you know?
They have to be open 20 hours a week. They have to have a degreed librarian.
That's all.
These are-
That's all right there.
That is, the requirement under TSLAC says that.
Yeah. They have it, they just shrunk it down, it's all right there.
Yeah, but what is in that sentence that they don't tell you is they took out the word accredited. You can be a member of TSLAC and ALA, and you don't have to be accredited.
Well-
Like Bill brought up, the library in Lockhart
Why don't you ask
is
them,
not accredited.
why don't we just modify and put accredited in there?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They took our document, they didn't just do lines through, it, they completely rewrote it. This has completely different
I
meanings.
feel like this
If
is
you
way
look at
simpler.
Form 990, the IRS Form 990, it's just a reporting form to the IRS. It's not showing us their budget.
So
They changed the meaning of everything that we wrote.
Well, they gave us their budget.
Yeah.
They're willing to give the budget. It's in here,
They
even in
gave
their
us the
contract.
form that they
No,
reported to.
no, they handed it out at the last meeting.
That's the
budget.
form from. the
No, they
ALA.
handed out the
Yes,
budget,
Go
Mayor.
back and look at it. It's
I
the
have it with
form
me.
that they reported to the ALA.
I
They have
remember
both.
seeing the whole budget. It was like 47,
They handed it.
That's what they
$47,000.
Reported to the ALA. That's what that.
I think,
form
Mayor,
is.
you didn't see the other form was in there as well. It was a handout.
I think the budget as was
We
presented,
put it on a Word document.
about 47,000, and that was because we requested it in the contract. It wasn't that individual city council person requested that. It was something that we requested in the agreement, and they did that in accordance with what we were asking for.
It was the form that they sent to the ALA is what they handed it.
This section here, right?
Here it is.
So this is the accreditation stuff here?
this is the requirement for local government funding. This is a copy and paste from the administrative code. At least half of the annual local operating expenditures required to meet minimum level of per capita support for accreditation must be from local government sources.
Is this what you got, Matthew?
Annual local operating
right.
expenditures.
No, but this is the budget. This is the budget.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry. Sorry,
Sorry.
Adjourn.
Yeah, you're good.
And does it say about 20 hours a week and all that on there too?
So that's in a different rule section, which is Rule 181.
So we looked at all that, and the city through the years has been very generous. I mean, we have met the requirements, and we're continually
All the way down the bottom.
treated as if we're making huge mistakes. I mean, this is an insult. This is an insult.
Mayor, I have a question, Mayor Glaze, I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
The library service agreement that I've seen in my email, is that the original one from Jared? Or is that the one that you modified?
That's the one I modified.
Okay, thank you.
What are we doing with this right now? Are we just discussing this right now?
I would hope so, but I don't believe we're getting anywhere positive at this point.
Exactly.
Well, ultimately, I mean, can I ask the other members how they feel about the library's edit of this contract? Are there modifications that you would like to make to that?
It doesn't matter because I'm not gonna sign this.
I'm talking to the other members.
Mhm.
Oh,
So,
you're not gonna sign this?
No, I'm not gonna sign this because it completely changes what the city is asking.
Well, then we don't even need to talk about it then.
No,
Well, unless we bring up, if they will, if
If we put
You
a credit,
need to
if we
look
put,
at the
if we,
contract, you need to look at the contract that I put into the
well,
read aheads.
I already did, I looked at it.
And that's, I took just a couple of things that they were suggesting and put into the contract.
so like here on with the Texas Administrative Code, where it says right here, a public library must have a minimum total of local expenditures. So for 19, 20, 21, and 21,000 in the local fiscal years of 22, 23, 24.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have to stay like as close as they can to the annual MOE. They can't like raise more money. They have to stay as close to that as possible. Ashley, could you kind of explain?
So I can explain this.
Okay.
So there's three primary rules that play here. It's local operating expenditures is different than local government support. So they're two different numbers. The rule requiring local government support says that at least half of the annual local operating expenditures. Government support
Is that up right there?
yeah, so
Uh-huh.
what's in the Word document is a copy and paste from Rule 181. Paragraph A, at least half the annual local operating expenditures required to meet the requirements must come from local government sources. Those requirements, local operating expenditures, are defined in Rule 174. In Rule 174A, it describes a public library must demonstrate an effort on an annual basis by maintaining or increasing expenditures. Expenditures for the current reporting period will be compared to the average of the total local operating expenditures or the average of the total capital expenditures for the 3 preceding years. Because Martindale is a small city, the per capita doesn't really apply to us. We're above that. So what it is that average of the total local operating expenditures for the preceding 3 years, which I described as in 2020, 2021, 2022, would be 30,000, 28,000, and 46,000. The average of those 3 years is 35,000. Applying Rule 181 says at least half of the $35,000 requirement has to come from a local government. Half of 35,000 is 17,500. So even if, and I disagree with the math, that gets to 19,200. Even if it's only 19,200, it still exceeds the accreditation requirement for local government support under 181.
I agree. And whatever you want to say, it does. All they ask is, can we just change it to 12 months?
We can change it to 12 months and then it would.
They just want it to be coincide with the
They would not
budget.
have a contract. My recommendation is that they change it to 12 months. They would not have a contract between the period of October 1st and December 31st. The contract would begin January.
They want to maintain the same timeframe as the budget.
There's no world in which I would recommend the city would adopt that proposal. Because by doing that, we have our contracts going outside of their fiscal year reporting, and there's zero transparency in tracking of the funds. It is ruinous to what you said. You want to see a budget report. You would not be able to track funds that way. What's happened in the past is the city would pay $20,000, $15,000, $18,000, $20,000 according to the contract. But the local government expenditures on their annual reporting will be less than that amount. The reason why is because we're paying a payment in December and they didn't have time to spend it because they don't get like 2 weeks to spend it. So what they would do is they would create this float of cash as given to them by the government over the consecutive years. And that continued to grow. Under the new contract, insight on that growth went away. So if we're going to get to a place where we can get financial transparency, we're going to want our contract to cover the term of their fiscal year so that we can keep tabs of the reporting in that same fiscal year.
That's a great explanation, and I appreciate that. But that's one of the reasons I wanted to have a meeting, so you could explain that to them in a private conversation.
My understanding is there was negotiations happening between our lawyers. And so at that point.
Well,
That's another kind of an insult, is that there had to be lawyers involved in a simple library contract where we're trying to give you money.
And that cost us more money?
Yes, because our attorney has to look at it.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve the 2023-24 library service agreement.
Which version?
Whose?
The latest version or which version?
Yeah, the one that's listed, the one that you did your modifications to. Catherine.
The one in the Luann's.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion?
No, we could be here all night discussing it. I didn't want to have this discussion in this forum. We were told not to have this discussion in a private manner. We're here in a public manner. I'm afraid I have to disagree with you 100%, because I'd like to have a private conversation or a conversation with the people, the staff of the library, which is what I try to broker, to explain, just like you did, which is a great explanation, Jared. I appreciate you being forthcoming on that. They didn't understand that. I can't give them that information. I'm trying to educate them under your concerns for the city. And this is exactly why I was trying to have a meeting with them and the mayor, so I could prevent this from getting to the standpoint of having this conversation right now.
Who told you no?
I was told that the mayor and I were not allowed to have a
I
meeting.
was told by the attorney to ask them to put it in writing.
So they
To put
did.
their concerns in writing.
Okay.
I didn't expect them to completely rewrite the contract. They didn't even do strike-throughs or anything. They just completely rewrote it to fit their needs.
Well,
It doesn't cover the
I
city.
think you're being a little strong in that comment. They agree with a lot of the things. There's a few things that they do not agree with.
I probably am, because I feel that.
Well, we would feel lot less like that if we had if we had a conversation.
And
I don't think so.
All right, well,
I think,
I'm more optimistic than you.
and
I think this is just getting a little too personal. I think we need to figure out what we need to be.
setting aside the emotions and then just, to like, you know, we heard the valid concerns about the city. We do love the library, you know, and the benefits that it has and, you know, the Wi-Fi that it has for the city. But I think looking at it from a perspective, you know, like Jared was saying, and maybe coming to some consensus, I don't think it would have gotten it as blown up. Maybe if there was just discussions held beforehand or like working together and trying to have some unison and, you know, rather than like having to go through the attorneys. So, but yeah.
Can I rescind my second and then make another motion then?
Oh, you
It
can.
has to be voted down once it's been a motion and a second.
Okay.
I vote no.
So, do you want to vote individually?
I'm a no.
I'm a no.
Okay, so.
I want it negotiated, please, and I mean that with such respect, Mayor, because I love you to death, but I just want to have a conversation, and I don't want this animosity. Please, 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 we do not want this animosity.
Next week, I'll be sitting in that chair. You'll be over here.
That's fine. I get it. You can have disagreements in life. It's all good. It's all good.
Right?
Yes, I'd like to make a different motion to table this discussion for the night, and that I would like to see a consensus or a discussion of the two parties made to sit and meet together at an agreeable time that's agreeable and to talk over the contract. So I would like to table this for tonight, and say, let's meet them and listen to Matthew's request and have the parties sit and talk together again. But I'd like to table this for tonight. It's 9:30. We have our executive session. We haven't even talked about the planning and zoning stuff, which is going to take a lot of time. I'd like to table it for tonight. That's my motion.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Motion is, okay, we have 2 seconds.
That's a second.
So, Sonia had seconded it first. Okay, so all in favor of tabling it, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, we are gonna.
Well, wait, let me just say one last thing about this. I did read the Martindale Community Discussion Facebook page tonight that was presented by the library of what they did today. And the one thing that the library mentioned was the importance of thoughtfulness and being considerate of others in everyday life. So that's the message that you are giving out to the city. and the constituents of our city and those that are on the Facebook page. Again, the importance of being thoughtfulness and being considerate of others in everyday life. So that's my closing comment. Thank you.
Okay. We are now going to go into executive session.
Well, could we
We'll
do
have
that
a plan.
last and then do the
No,
planning?
we're going to do this next.
Is Chris here from, that's Chris?
I'm good.
Are-
My
are
baby
you-
and wife are already asleep, so I'm on free time now. He's a little sick anyway, so I would be sleeping anyways. So it's all good. Okay.
Yeah.
I
make a motion to start our. Oh, I already adjourned executive session.
Now we got to adjourn the
Oh.
meeting,
I would like to adjourn the meeting,
city council meeting.
Hey, Adrian.
city council meeting
That's mine.
at, what time is it?
11:11.
11:11.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
What time?
11:11.
11:11.
That's a good sign.
What time did we go into executive session? 9:30?
Yep, 9:31.
Okay, who seconded that one? Okay, Sam, it's all yours.
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting tonight of the Planning and Zoning Committee or Commission, whatever we want to call it, of the City of Martindale on September 7th, 2023. I would like to make, I don't think I need to make a roll call, or I do because,
Yeah, I think you have to.
okay, I'd like to make a roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Villalobos.
Here.
Councilmember McGovern.
I'm here.
Councilmember Styler.
Here.
Councilmember and Zoning Chair Mike McLeod.
Did someone tell him to go back on Zoom?
Oh, we didn't tell him.
Give him a call.
Adrian, where would we be without you?
Wandering a desert.
It's a Wallen desert.
Outside's a little more humid than desert.
All right, like, remember through the text. All right. All right. See you in a minute. Bye.
I can't go, the mayor won't give me mine.
What?
I picked her up, man.
No, you didn't.
Y'all were both red. It was kind of funny.
I was
I was like, who's redder? I think.
You like the power shirt? You like the? I know.
You know what? Both of y'all were super red. I was like, oh my God. Look at the steam coming out.
Talking about with the judge?
No,
No.
I was like, oh my God, they're both
All right.
Okay.
Okay, is Mike on?
Let's check.
Okay.
Yes, he is. Let me,
So sorry.
Mike?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
No way.
All right.
Okay, and then acting chair is Councilmember Sam Clinton, which is myself. And are there any public comments? No one here. I see no one here to give public comments. Are there any written public comments?
Nope.
Okay. Okay, so tonight we have action item 2.1, which is a motion to accept, deny, or modify on accepting project number 22-003-10 of the Riverview subdivision preliminary plat. And do we have a presentation
Yeah,
prepared?
I could go over it. Well, first, before I get started with the plat, is there any, I forwarded council or planning and zoning commission all the notes and attachments from our city engineer. And Steve, unfortunately, wasn't able to be here today. He had a procedure done, and that's looks like he's recovering well, but, you know, keep him in your thoughts and prayers. Aside from that, is there any questions from the commission
I
about?
have tons of questions, but go ahead and let's do your presentation first.
Well, we worked with Mr. Elizondo here, from Cuatro Engineers, on this subdivision, and there was issues about the drainage, the size of the culvert, or the size of the drainage ditches, and also in the lieu of the land dedication issue with the 100-year floodplain. So all of those have been addressed. I do have a few comments for council on the land dedication. I worked with Councilmember Clinton on this yesterday, and we had some questions about fire hydrants and street lights. Before anybody asked about fire hydrants, the water main for this subdivision is too small for a fire hydrant, just to put it that way. So.
Well, I have an update on that too.
Is it 6 inches?
6 inches. And I referred back to our city engineer, and he had the same concern.
But does a 6-inch water line does suffice for accommodating fire hydrants?
Yeah.
Well, we
have fire hydrants coming down all the way to Quail Run on Northwest River Road.
There's a refill station.
Yeah, for brush trucks.
I'm sorry?
The refill, they don't have enough, pressure to power a fire hose, so they're used as a refill point for a,
Sure.
Yeah.
I can clarify, I can also present it if you guys want me to, which is, it's up to y'all.
Yeah, by all means, if you have any comments for that.
So like Adrian said, my name is Chris Elizondo, over with Quattro Consultants out of San Marcos. We represent Lanzola communities for this development. It's 15.78 acres, currently zoned R1. We're proposing 25 single-family residential lots that are all a minimum of half acre, with a proposed fee under parkland due to it being in a floodplain. We'd rather put money toward the park funds that be used elsewhere rather than being in this location. The tract also is dedicating right of way along Northwest River Road and Quail Run Road. Currently, that land goes to the center line of the roads, not to the edge, into the right of way. So we're dedicating that for future expansion as needed. What we've worked with Steve on this is to determine drainage conveyance to the pipes under Northwest River Road. Since the tract's in the floodplain, it's, if we go through the hydraulic analysis, we could show that we don't need detention through that, and Steve agreed. And so what we worked on doing is to show improved conveyance to those pipes and then to the river to basically mitigate the impact of this subdivision. So we're showing improved ditches on the master drainage plan, as well as adding an additional 30-inch CMP culvert under Northwest River Road, which will reduce our impact from the single-family homes. Yes, sir.
You're going to improve the culvert
Correct.
to Northwest River Road?
Correct.
So that's gonna eliminate that,
Yeah, the biggest thing is, the turn radius on that, so it's on the culvert in that corner, may require, some.
yeah, I just said, lot 17, why is lot 17 bigger than all the other ones?
Go back. Which one?
Yeah. It's,
Because the one in the corner is the same size, but you have more of a easement on both sides, because it's on a corner. And I don't know why that one is bigger. It's a tenth of an acre bigger. And I sent an email to Adrian a week ago. This corner from Quail, making this turn, going back towards San Marcos is a problem. And we actually had it originally on the improvement Northwest River Road back in 2018. That culvert was going to be improved as part of the project.
Okay.
It got removed because of funding, because obviously everything went up in price, that got dropped.
Gotcha.
We now have received more money, and we actually have discussed, I know we've discussed potentially improving that particular culvert. So number one, I want to know, I would suggest, obviously I recommend lot 17 not be so big, or I want an explanation as why 17? You know, is it your favorite number? I mean, I don't know. But the lot 20 should be bigger because, effective building space is smaller on that particular lot, and potentially the issue was, when I talked to Turk before, was he's going to smooth that corner down when you do the culvert. And so that was my concern. If they're going to do the improvements of the culvert, number one, I want the same standards as we were going to do before. It's going to handle that flood amount. And number two,
So
Is that something that's the final plat?
That's fine.
This is preliminary plat currently, and so
So we have a standard for that. Because it was in the original
Ordinance-
proposal from Turkey.
It's
But
basically
how big-
good engineering practice is what determines, if it's not explicit in our ordinance. The city doesn't have a design criteria for culverts or sewer lines. It is up to the engineer for their review. Although whoever is reviewing the next final plat on this project should probably be enlightened with that information.
That was my suggestion. That's why I sent that email to you, is I want Turk to at least be aware and provide some insight on this. Not picking on you. I didn't even know you were gonna fix that. You were talking about doing that. That's news to me, but, I just want, obviously,
They are just outlining that there's a culvert there and that they're gonna make improvements.
but, you know, to what degree are they gonna be?
That's when the final plat kicks in and they submit construction drawings of all the
so
infrastructure.
I can get into it. So 17, to give you clarity, we originally had the original layout that we took over, had parkland being dedicated behind lots 21 through 25. And so there was a little like 20-foot strip through there as like access. And when Steve came back with his comment that parkland can't be within the floodplain for your ordinance, we took that strip out and just made it part of 17. So rather than redoing all the design, all the infrastructure that we kind of laid in, we kept that the same. So you can see the pin there that's kind of offset, that's on both sides. That's that 20-foot strip, and that's why that one's bigger. So that was kind of ripple effect through comments.
Chris, on that subject, I really wanted to address council on this tonight. It's about the land dedication. The city council can accept land dedication of floodplain as long as it's for recreational purposes. Now, the city council has the right to deny it. Now, the developers opted in for a 8% land dedication of all residential use. It comes out to about $24,000.
8%.
I thought you said it was 760
Right.
was the value.
No.
As determined here in the ordinance. So let me just finish the statement real quick.
Okay, sorry.
In the instance where land dedication, where dedication of land for community facilities or public open space is unacceptable, unsustainable, unneeded, or infeasible within a subdivision, the subdivider may, at the city's discretion, so council's discretion, pay a fee in lieu of the land dedication specified in chapter 154.061, above and the amounts listed based upon the market value prior to development as determined by the county appraisal district. Now, the subdivision size over 20 acres, which is this total of 33 acres, 8% of the market value of the land area that is zoned or intended for residential use. The boundaries outside of this subdivision is commercial. So we're only taking 8% of the value of the residential subdivision, which is about 24,000. Now, as I mentioned a bit ago, council has a right to take that offer or require that they submit a land dedication that is not in the 100-year floodplain, which is about an acre.
I'd like to see the
The values from the appraisal district, not from actual land value. That's just how
Is the appraisal?
the assessment.
Yeah, it's
Says
a,
in our ordinance-
12-ish acres?
That's what it says in our ordinance, that you follow the appraisal district.
yeah.
So that lot, that corner lot prior to development is assessed at what per acre?
So right now it's all one, plot.
Yeah.
And
Subdivided, yeah.
so you take the land value, find out a price per acre, and then apply it to what, the 14
The
acres?
total value of the property is $729,000. That's the 33 acres on its own. Now, if you calculate it up, about an acre is about $24,000.
You're getting 8% of the 15.78
Right.
acres that we're developing.
Now, this council has the opportunity to either accept the $24,000 that can only go towards capital improvements, so larger projects, infrastructure projects, buyouts, or it requires the developer to dedicate 8% of the land, which is about an acre, from the 500-year floodplain. It is your decision.
I have kind of two comments, because like,
Wait a minute, where's that can?
yeah,
The worms are out.
Yeah. Because like, we went ahead and we accepted land that was over there, like Shill's Crossing and right there. Isn't that in the floodplain? So,
It's discretion.
yes, okay, so that's a discretion. But also, like, what you're saying is we're taking the total value for the total lots and not the subdivided amount. They were selling the lots right there on the Dream for 400,000 for each.
Okay,
lot.
I agree with you, I already did the
Yeah.
math, but what he's saying is the ordinance specifically says the price is determined based upon pre-development.
And the appraisal
And it's
district.
the appraisal district, it's not what it is. Yeah, are we getting hosed? Yeah, absolutely.
All praise.
Yeah, it's all, yeah, the city gets hosed on this,
To,
yes.
to add to it, the reason why from our perspective, that we think it's advantageous to the city not to take the money is because the rest of that land is zoned commercial. And so in the future, that commercial land is gonna be worth way more than 1 acre park sitting right behind that residential. So ultimately, we're gonna have in the future, you're gonna have commercial along the front, Highway 80, a 1 acre park kind of tucked in the corner, and then residential lots, rather than allowing that to be all commercial.
But see, I thought also like the land dedication was also important as far as for impervious cover. Like, don't they have to have?
That's a secondary benefit, but it's not the intent. The intent is to create green space for public use. And so when you have, this frankly is a very small subdivision. And so when you have a very large subdivision, this sort of thing creates space for public parks and the like. So in this case, it's given the topography, the flood issues, the fact that it's there's no public access point except for like walking through people's yards to get to a commercial. It's just,
Unless we
it's
took
not-
the corner lot, which I know you don't want to.
Correct. Unfortunately, the ordinance doesn't give you the authority to pick where. It just says-
I know, I understand that. I'm just saying that's where I would want it. you know?
No, absolutely.
But on this sort of thing, I think it makes a lot of sense to take the money and run.
Take the money and
Wait,
run.
can I speak? Can I speak?
Uh,
Adrian, can I speak?
Yes, of course, Go ahead.
I'll take the 1 acre. I'll take the 1 acre instead of the compensation, my opinion.
We would need that on a motion in general. I mean, instead of opinions, I suggest that
Where's
somebody.
the 1 acre?
The 1 acre currently was in the low part of the site, so where we previously had it.
It's behind lots.
Is lot 17 that.
Yeah, it's north of lot 17, right behind lot 17, kind of between
And
lot
so
17.
no one has access to that.
They would have a 20-foot strip to it.
Between
20-foot
people's
strip
yards.
Through lot 17.
It'd have its own, it'd be a 20-foot
easement.
basic flag lot is what it would look like.
Is it this one right here?
Which one is it?
So they made this one wider.
So
They're gonna
essentially,
put a stretch right there.
It drew a line from here. Actually, I could annotate, so let me do that.
There's the little square, be a little walk path through lot 17, a little square behind lot 21 and 16.
Yeah.
And I think
It was about here.
I want to say how we had it was really linear along the backside of lot 21.
Yeah, it's going vertical,
Yeah,
right?
it was kind of narrow and linear.
Horrible.
I didn't do the original layout. I'm gonna throw that out.
Which also creates a sort of inconvenience as open common space to those lots in their backyards then.
It would be more of an inconvenience to the future commercial, which is again, y'all sales tax bases in the future rather than residential. So that's where it's potentially a win-win from a monetary standpoint from the cities. You get the money now for capital improvements. And in the future, you have more land for sales tax revenue, which realistically, that low corner is going to be where they put the detention pond, which is why we have the 20-foot DE through lot 21. And so where we're putting the pond is just going to further push that pond, or where we put the park, we further push the pond upstream and make it less efficient. So realistically, leaving that corner for detention is more beneficial for the long-term growth of that area and future tax bases for that land.
Sounds like he's getting paid to say this.
I'm a city engineer.
So the 20-foot drainage easement on lot 21, is that lot, then the people that buy that lot cannot build on top anything, no trees, nothing on top of that easement?
They can't plant anything, there's no permanent improvements, correct. So they basically it's a future planned drainage way for the remaining tracks to be able to discharge stormwater to get to the ditch on Quail Run Road and then ultimately down the culvert. So rather than forcing the future engineer of that track to have to figure out how to get drainage through those lots, we're giving him a path to actually do it and allowing him to plan for that for the future.
And you would install a culvert as the infrastructure is being installed on those lands to accommodate the drainage off the other 20 acres
We
through that.
would put, so we're just doing the DE, we're putting the culvert in underneath Northwest River Road. The current proposed culvert, we're gonna knock out 2 birds with one stone, is an additional 36-inch further away from the intersection, is what we're proposing. So it's there now. The way y'all's code reads is we have to mitigate our impact on the infrastructure. Our impact on infrastructure is over the top mitigated by an additional 36-inch pipe.
Well, you almost have to because you're gonna be developing a commercial.
Well, we're not developing the commercial, correct?
You know what I'm saying. I mean, technically, I know, you know that's going to be a problem down the road.
Well, and so unfortunately, looking at that pipe, we did do an analysis for Steve to kind of show what that culvert currently takes. That 36-inch culvert doesn't even take a 2-year storm. I mean, it's drastically undersized currently. And per y'all's code, it's city infrastructure, so the city's responsibility to upsize it to whatever standard. We just have to mitigate our impact on the infrastructure. And that's what we're doing with the additional 36-inch pipes. So more than likely, the proposal y'all have for Northwest River Road shows a much bigger culvert there because y'all are using public funds to improve it, which is how state law works.
So he's got to spend money on this culvert at some point. But we're gonna, yeah, exactly, but we're gonna have to do it anyway.
Your choice.
You just cover your ears.
Because that mod hasn't yet been dedicated to that. There's no, because there's still conversations about that evacuation center, and there's still conversations about Bannon and Crockett, and then there's 3 options at the table. But we have to make a decision today because we have that 30-day requirement. Otherwise, it gets approved by default.
And city engineer already provided his stamp of approval on this, and so really it's agreeable.
There's not enough basis to really deny this application because we have a maybe project.
No, I'm not saying that. I just want to have a conversation. He knows what I'm saying. I don't want to spend money twice. I don't want to waste your money doing something that we might potentially do well, you know.
So if I may, if this was a bigger project, the course you would go down is you would probably enter into a development agreement and basically instead of the developer putting in the infrastructure, we would basically pay the city that fee in lieu to put towards the project.
Yeah.
But because this is so small, it's gonna take a week for them to put that pipe in, it's gonna take months to get through DA.
Yeah.
So from a delay standpoint, from interest on the project, it doesn't make sense for us to do it. It makes more sense for us to just put it in the pipe and move on. Even if you are gonna rip it out later, it makes more sense for us to just put it in the pipe.
That's fair.
It's not, doesn't make sense.
I don't like hearing that, but it makes sense.
I don't like this.
But he's a developer, I can't argue.
I'm an engineer, I'm not that bad, I'm not that bad.
Just calling you bad names, my apologies.
Call me an architect.
He's good at math and drawing.
I asked him about real estate agents, see what he has to say about that.
They do your work.
Estate agents.
Okay.
That's not what I heard.
I hate them.
I had a question about the Martindale Water Supply supplying the water. The engineer that works for Martindale Water Supply, Richard Gallegos, I think, has seen some of these drawings, but I think he has sent to you guys certain specifications that they still wanted you to be included in or include. And so I don't think the engineer from Martindale Water Supply is completely signed off on this plat yet.
So what he has signed off on is a water feasibility statement saying that we have adequate water for the subdivision. This again is the preliminary plat. So we're going to come before you again with the final plat and construction drawings. They're going to have a more detailed utility layout, going to have the standard details and notes for Martindale Water Supply, and will be reviewed by them and approved by them prior to coming to y'all for final plat.
There is a signature requirement for their engineer to approve, the water department.
Yes.
So the city can just go ahead and.
But we do have a letter from them stating they have water supply.
There is enough water for this development.
Well, what about saying though that you're saying then that a 6-inch water line does not suffice for having fire hydrants?
So there's a difference between having fire hydrants and having fire flow. And it really comes down to ESD that's overseeing the area. So most ESDs and most fire marshals will not want fire hydrants installed unless there's fire flow because it gives the false pretense that there is fire flow adequately there. So what they'll want is they'll want a connection point to fill brush trucks. They'll want some sort of tap where they can tie into instead of hydrants. So it's more of a public safety thing, so they don't have somebody out there unfamiliar with the area, trying to hook up and then expecting fire flow to come out of the pipe, where they need to hook up to the truck, use the truck pumps to serve for fire flow.
But it also acts as a flushing out system for the water lines. I mean, I've seen the water company use those stand-up pipes for flushing out the system, but you're saying then that the volunteer fire department can then hook up to that and fill their trucks
So
to
there's
put out a fire?
we're talking about three different things. There's fire hydrants, which are typically red bonnets, sometimes they have colored bonnets specifying the amount of flow on the top. There's also flush valves, which is where they flush the system. Those are usually at the end of lines, where lines are stagnant, or at the low points where they can sag and have sediment. And then they can also have draft connection points, which are typically near fire suppression tanks, and that they can basically suck water out from rather than being pressurized. So this system will more than likely, again, we're not installing any lines, it's just services. And so the infrastructure is already there to serve it. It's just tying in services.
So there will be some kind of flush system installed then?
No, the only infrastructure we're putting in from a water standpoint is water services to serve these lots. The water lines are already installed.
So the fire hydrant that's in front of my house is not a fire hydrant.
No. And the ones in Butterfly Meadows are not, the ones at House Ranch are not.
And the one that's on my house.
Well, yours just had a cover over it that it doesn't have enough flow for, I don't know, a year or so.
So what's the proposal to try and put out fires? And a fire truck would just come with a tank full of water and put out a fire?
So we work a lot, in this area, we work a lot with, does Ken Davis serve this area at all? Or are you guys serve for ESD?
ESD, probably Chris Germer, no?
Okay.
Worse.
Okay, so we work a lot with Travis County Fire Rescue, which oversees Hayes, Caldwell, ESD1. And so what they typically do is they fill up the trucks before they leave the station, and they go with water in the trucks to fight the fire. And so that's very typical with rural water systems where you don't have fire flow. So rural water systems were set up by the federal government to serve domestic water use only, not fire flow. And so now that these cities are expanding and utilizing these rural water companies for water supply, they're having issues with fire flow capacity for commercial and residential uses. So there is no fire flow in the area, and the ESCs are used to fighting that with having to fill up at their stations.
And so there'll be no fire flow on the commercial side as well, or there
The
could be?
commercial will not develop until you have fire flow in the area.
The commercial will need that,
Correct.
but not the residential side as of
Correct.
now.
The commercial won't because of insurance purposes for the lenders. The commercial won't come until you have adequate fire flow, which will require at least a 12, most likely a 16-inch line along State Highway 80.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Why would you not go ahead and put the lines in for future fire hydrants in case there is an increase in the water line? If you're already putting pipe in the ground, you might as well go ahead and put one in for future development.
Mike, they're not putting any pipes in the ground. They're using the pipes that are already there and they're just tapping into them.
Well, I mean, in their subdivision, having pipes laid like purple, I'd like to have purple pipe in there also. And also
They're not letting any pipes. They're like think of it like your little house connection. That's basically all they're doing is little house connections up and down the street.
Little tiny ones.
Well, I think they should do proper planning. It wouldn't cost that much, my personal opinion.
The one thing we are doing that I want to clarify just because of the earlier meeting is we also agreed to do a 1-inch overlay over Northwest River Road to address all of the basically utility cuts after we do them. So we'll have a nice overlay over Northwest River Road once all the utility crossings are done.
That sounds nice.
I don't think actually that 1 inch is enough because when you start to dig up.
Not gonna fix that road.
No, it's not gonna fix it.
It's not gonna be.
But when you start digging up the trenches for the 24 sewer lines and the 24 meters, you're gonna really disrupt the gravel and the base that somewhat exists in that road. I would like to see a modified proposal of putting a 4 to 6 inch overlay over that road. Because when you start putting in 4-foot sidewalks and you start digging trenches for 25 residences and all that, 1 inch can barely, that's like putting 1 inch of kitty litter in a kitty litter box and think that that's going to suffice. I know that's a weird analogy, but I don't see how 1 inch is gonna be enough for anything,
What do you
anything
think-
at all.
What do you think is out there right now? If you had to guess, how much of a HVAC?
Well, there's so many holes in it that we've been fixing up that,
Basically gravel. Correct. Our job as a developer is not to fix all of the city's infrastructure issues. It's to mitigate our impact. And so by us agreeing to do the overlay rather than just patching the crossings, we're actually doing more than what we're required to do. So what I would recommend to address your concerns is on the sewer crossings, which again, we've already assessed in previous meetings that are over budget already, is require flowable fill in the street crossings rather than having it backfill with sand or with base. And so that's a better material. So there's other things that are causing the concerns, not necessarily this development, which after being in the meeting and sitting here for the last 5 hours, I understand, I get it, completely understand. However, we feel like with the 1 inch overlay, we are mitigating our impact on the roadway.
On here, for what we were talking about, the state standard for safe and sanitary water supply. So I was hearing Sam saying that, that was not finalized, like as far as the water,
I'm sorry.
Martindale Water Supply Company.
So water supply company, before we get to the final plat stage, this is a preliminary, let's mark out where the lines of the plots are gonna be divided, and then they're gonna come back to all the little details. When all those little details are figured out, one of the requirements before the final plat's approved is they're gonna get a signature from the water company. And so if the water company has any concerns, they're gonna be able to address it.
And that's when the neighbors are gonna be notified.
I don't know about that, that's their process.
We don't have to notify neighbors of this, of subdividing land.
No, only if it was involved a zoning change, we've already gone through that.
Or variances.
Yeah,
in this
I was
case.
just looking like at the first draft, stuff right here.
Yeah, the first draft, the first draft stuff from Ramsey, those have been addressed, so his letter on 8/1 is, superseded by his letter on 8/20. So if you scroll up the prior page, you'll see where he's approved it.
All of the engineer letter comments that Steve has brought forth have been addressed and carefully coordinated with Chris here.
But like this with what we're saying, like even, with the sidewalk stuff in that's also what we're looking at right now, correct?
So there's page 2 of this, or panel 2 or 3 has a engineer note where a 4-foot sidewalk will be placed along the.
Y'all are looking for a lot of details we're gonna provide with the construction drawings. We're just not there in the process yet.
Yeah,
So
this is preliminary.
we're gonna have, this is the preliminary layout.
We don't do this a lot.
Which is fine, yeah, totally fine. We're gonna have construction drawings that's gonna come with the final plat. The construction drawings are gonna be probably 15 pages. It's gonna have all that detail. It's gonna have the water details. It's gonna have a plan for the overlay. It's gonna have the sidewalk shown. It's gonna have all that stuff on there. It's gonna have culvert. It's gonna have PMPs for the wastewater extension that we're doing. It's gonna have a plan and profile for the culvert installation we're doing. All that detail is gonna be provided with construction drawings.
I didn't really look at it too hard, but the wastewater extension, just real quick, is it up Quill Run towards 80?
Yeah, it's just a short run to serve like 1 or 2 lots.
Right, okay.
It's like, well, there's 1 or 2 lots that the wastewater line does run through, extended like, I think like less than 100 feet.
And what side of the road is that on? Is that on your side?
It's on,
Yeah. Is it on your side?
Yeah.
And then that goes all the way to our wastewater treatment plant.
Yeah, that runs down 80 this way.
No, it comes
So
down
that-
to the Northwest River Road. Runs down.
That will probably feed into our Madison lift station at the end of the day.
At your house, at my house. He's at
In this town.
By your house, McGovern?
Every time it's.
As mayor? No, you're the last. On the street, right?
Yeah.
You're the lowest on the hill?
Yeah. We all, it goes by all our houses, Sonia too.
I'm not getting like into that deep.
What do you mean?
Were y'all talking about the way it flows?
Yeah, all day.
I'm not trying to go there.
We're just trying to say it goes down.
It goes downhill, baby.
Well, is anyone else,
That in the sewer line.
is anyone else feeling though that the 1 inch overlay isn't enough and that we should make a modification
Well,
to
I
this?
don't think, the thing is, what he just said is, I mean, that's kind of a grace that they're giving us, because it's already, it's not looking good out there already, and really what we figured out earlier is we're not even patching up the stuff that we're already putting in the city. We need to go ahead and figure that out, and ultimately, they don't have to do it. They don't
Yeah,
have to.
but we assure you guys a bit here on that 1 inch overlay. Our engineer had addressed it and he was okay with that change.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point? Can I make a point?
Yes.
The county recommends 4 to 6 inches on an overlay. Lockhart Street was 5 to 6. They're the experts. Not anybody in this room is an expert on an overlay. Nobody here. It needs to be 4 to 6 inches, like Mr. Clinton said.
So, but let's play that to its logical ends. If the alternative would be that they would make cuts through the road for all the water, wastewater, and all these things, all over the place. Every 90 feet, you're getting a cut in the road, over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Yes. So we can do a 4 to 6 inch fill in the cut, and then you're going to be running over railroad tracks all the way down the road.
Hey, how much was that overlay on, just real quick, overlay on Lockhart Street?
4 to 6 inches.
Well, it was not a 4 to 6 inch.
No, was it?
It was 4 to 6 inches. That was 4 to 6 inches. I talked to Donald Leclerc. 4 to 6 inches by the county.
200,000, a little less than 100,000.
A little less than $100,000.
That's you're doing hot.
And all you're doing is you're pulling water across, right?
So they're doing, it's also different materials. What the county did was a cold mix.
Yeah.
They're using a hot mix. Hot mix is a little denser.
You're pulling water over, that's all you're pulling. Sewer's already on that side.
Sewers on that side. There may be a couple of instances where we're close to the edge, and so we'll kind of clean that up as we go. It'll have a tube, we'll crown it to make sure we
Yeah,
don't have standing water.
the worst part of that road is when they put the sewer in.
Sinks.
And it sinks, and they should have put it in, when they put it in the road, they should have put it in the easement,
People who are hiring to do that.
Oh, trust me, I tried to get the records, he knows, I put in like 4 public records requests for that. It drove Adrian crazy when I first moved here. I wanted to know who the F was the idiot who did this.
The county development standards for road designs says that to be done by a professional engineer for a 20-year life for the first overlay.
So it's at the very end, it's like appendix B. There's like a table in there, zoom out, and that's the old one actually. This one in 2011.
Yeah.
Yeah, scroll, go up on that one. Or actually, no, it's the very last page. Sorry. There you go.
Yeah.
So, I believe it calls out in there. Let's see. Might just be the sections on this one. It's maybe the old one. So we've done several. We work in every jurisdiction based around y'all. I'm honestly shocked. This is the first time I've been in front of y'all. So it's nice to meet all y'all. We do a lot of work in Caldwell County with Donald Clark. A lot of our subdivision roads in brand new subdivisions are 8 inches of base and then 1.5 to 2 inches of basement per brand new road. So an overlay is not intended to fix the problems and be a brand new street. That's not the intention. Intention is to kind of do a surface treatment to make it smoother to get you through until you can reconstruct the entire thing. And so if we were doing a brand new road on something like Northwest River, that's a collector, you're probably looking at a section of anywhere from 14 to 16 inches of base and probably 2.5 inches of HVAC, and probably geogrid between the subgrade and the base. Realistically, that would rely on a geotechnical engineer to do a recommendation, but that's just giving you a ballpark. That's what a new road section would look like through there. That is not what we're proposing, and that's not what we have to do at the end of the day.
Adrian, and I know like right now, because it's all still being, they're gonna get the final one with all the little details, but the driveways are gonna be right there coming out on West River Road, right?
They talked.
What about the sidewalk and the drive? Is the sidewalk adjacent to those lots and then it's gonna be cut with the driveways in each lot then?
Welcome to progress.
So Sonia, he said that yes, there's gonna be the sidewalk, driveway, sidewalk, driveway, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be a cluster.
But do you know, like, I mean, I have to say this, but can you imagine all the sidewalk and all the driveway where it slopes and where that's gonna end up? It's gonna end up in the river.
Yeah.
What about any filtration raff of all the, oil and the
So,
gasoline? Is there any?
Your UD code, or your development ordinance, and code of ordinances doesn't have any water quality ordinances currently. So there's no water quality requirements that we have to do to. And frankly, there's really none east of 35. If it makes you guys feel any better. San Marcos had some because of the Edwards Aquifer on the west side. But east of 35, no municipality has water quality ordinance.
Virginia Parker ain't gonna be happy about that.
That's like fertilizing your lawn, washing your car, oil changing.
The thing about it right now, everything from downtown all the way to the Quail Runs, all pretty much half acres, all look pretty much the same. I mean, there's a couple.
You're half acre.
I'm a half acre.
Exactly.
Next door neighbor, Harold's an acre, and then he's got a half acre. So it's all about the same. I mean, it's gonna look a little different, but you're thinking about it like good, but half acre is pretty good sized land. I mean, it's not gonna look like. I mean, it's gonna tear it up. It's gonna look different. It's gonna be different, but it's not gonna be like a linear. Yeah, it's not gonna be a linear.
Yeah, they're not 40-foot lots. Yeah, exactly.
So if, we're talking half acre lots, I'm just curious, based on our R1 subdivision thing, that's 20% impervious ground cover.
That would be during the building permit
But is it?
That's a building permit.
That's a different issue.
But I mean.
Correct, but we accounted for the maximum percent impervious cover in our drainage calculations already. So that's already been calculated and accounted for with the infrastructure we're proposing with the ditches and the culverts.
So what's an example of a half acre of this size lots? How much, if that's 20%, how much impervious ground cover can you have on a half
It's
acre
about
lot?
8,600 square feet.
8,600 square feet.
It was 20% of like 23,000 square feet.
Yeah, so 43,560 is an acre, 20% of that's about 8,600.
So it's 8,600. So that includes driveways and.
Or sorry, 2,000, so about 40 weeks. Sorry.
Yes.
Hey, I've got a 9-month old, I'm doing pretty good.
You're pretty good.
I'm doing pretty good.
I know you did that math. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not right. Hold on, I just did that.
So it's 4,200.
Yeah, half acre.
Including driveway.
It's 21,760 or something like that.
Not a lot of house.
Yeah, this is.
So these are gonna be, because of that ordinance, these are small footprint home.
And see, like, just for
Are they gonna
me,
be really close to the?
Yeah, they're gonna be close to the
Really
roads,
close
they're
to
gonna
the
have
road.
bigger yards.
and what I would have liked to have seen is, go to where the picture was, is like, where the houses were.
The lots?
Yeah, lots.
But you can do, so you
It's
can't have
like,
a,
the fence right there on the road with the entrance, like a road right there.
There you go.
Yeah,
you can't do a,
They still have to
gravel
keep
driveway.
the,
then
site
you got a lot of,
clear.
you got a lot of houses.
So there won't be
Yeah,
fences
but
up on that corner.
Yeah.
But there's still, so any fencing would have.
People don't want to do that, because the driveway eats
Which
up a
would
lot.
be, my recommendation would be to reduce lot 17 and increase lot 20.
We can shift, we can.
Just for, because
That could be a modification.
I would recommend
We want to
that.
increase the density, so we can do that with a final plat, that's fine.
And then that way, because that lot has very little buildable area, it's actually, because of the easement on two sides, it's gonna be more challenging.
For 20?
No, 20, with the one in the corner. Yeah, 20. Is that 20?
Yeah.
So you still have 75 feet on the width, and you have a setback on the side, but again, because you're such a small footprint for the house and driveway, you have plenty of room. I mean, keep in mind, like a
It's
half
really not
acre.
that- That's really not that small.
A half acre is the minimum size for TCQ for septic systems.
Yeah.
For a house and septic, and so they're bigger than they look. I know they're not the 30 acres. And
Well, in Caldwell, it's like.
It's 1 acre in Caldwell, correct. Which that's.
We learned
It's really not that big.
We learned that big time.
It's really not that small of a footprint, because you could do a gravel driveway or road base, and then you have a 4,300 square foot house.
Your driveway counts for the first cover, even if it's road based.
No,
Oh, yeah,
ordinance.
oh, yeah.
Not our ordinance.
Engineer's call.
Main service driveway.
So that's a electrical easement there where it's coming through those two bold lines and then it curves and stuff. Those are the electrical lines or?
No,
what is
those are FEMA floodplain cross sections.
Oh, those are cross sections.
Yeah, so the electrical easements at the very end on the far left side.
It's here.
Yeah.
And then you go back.
These are the cross sections. I see.
Yeah.
That's a FEMA, what is it?
It's a FEMA cross section, so zone AE indicates a studied floodplain. And so when you have a studied floodplain, you have cross sections along the center line of the creek, or along the river or creek. So those are some of the cross sections, so as part of the study.
That's what helps determine what the BFE is in the area.
Determine the floodplain elevation.
Because I saw it was 546 or 544. I mean, it does slope down towards lot 21.
Correct, yeah. It all flows generally down towards, towards the culverts under Northwest River Road.
Any other questions?
Well, we need to make a decision on the land dedication. Are we accepting the $24,000 estimate, or are we pursuing a 1 acre tract in the 500-year floodplain, or we're
Basically behind those houses. They're gonna be how wide? Not wide.
20 feet.
20 feet?
It'll be wider than 20, it would be wider than 20 feet, but.
Like
An acre.
Can you put a soccer field back
The
there?
access will be 20 feet.
Can you put a soccer field back there? Can you put a culvert in the back? I'm kidding.
My
I
recommendation
already-
to council is.
I already know what I wanna do. Are we waiting for a motion to? Yeah, make a motion to accept the estimated $24,000 from,
In lieu of land dedication.
in lieu of land dedication from
Lanzilla Communications.
Lanzilla. Things like that.
Is there a second?
I'm thinking,
Oh, we've had 6 hours, I think.
it doesn't work so good this way.
5.5. Get there.
When's your kid's birthday?
Huh?
When was your kid's birthday?
He's 9 months old, so December 16th.
And your office is where?
San Marcos.
Okay.
Okay, so they want to give us the land behind lots 21 through 25. So that is 433 feet from that pin over.
We don't need a second before we start.
But is there a second in,
No, not yet.
all right, so the motion dies.
So 435 feet if we're here an acre, do 100 feet wide.
What could we do with that?
Well, Mr. McLeod wants to keep the land.
Can't do much with that.
No.
It's not gonna serve, it's
Community
gonna serve as a
garden.
park space. It's.
Community garden, I don't know.
I'll second your motion. Moving on.
Discussion?
I had it. That was what I wanted to know.
So the
I'm doing
20,
the math and I'm like, no.
so the money, as we probably mentioned, can be used for capital improvements, can be for land acquisition or road improvements. Whatever?
So here says that, he's paid to,
Annual acquisition, purchasing equipment, construction improvements, public open space, including parks, playground, township. It's
Thank you.
to go back towards parks. And so that's how state.
It's all about
statute
you,
works.
Sam. It's all about this.
Oh, I say put it into the roads.
Around the
to the
park.
park.
Well, this is the park fund, and then the road wants to go back to the roads.
See how he's grown, he's selling jokes.
I got you, Jared.
That's exactly right.
I love that.
And the more money we get with this, the more money we can put with someone else. So if this funds a park for $24,000.
Then we can pay, then we can
Now
build
we're
the
gonna have
bathroom.
surplus in the general fund. and we can-
our pump stations situation.
Pays for the wastewater bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't bring that up.
Yeah,
That was-
too soon.
That's still raw.
Delusional, sorry.
That's still raw.
Alright,
There's a second. Do we have a?
Did everybody already vote over there?
No, we're still discussing.
Oh, well,
we are?
I mean, no, we were. I mean, if we're ready to vote, I'm not saying anything else.
Who wants to?
Yeah, he's unmuted. All right, well.
Yeah, I recommend we take this for a vote.
I don't want to deal with the maintenance because it's not. It's
Are
not
you ready to ask for a vote?
It's not gonna be something we can
That's
get.
what they're saying. They want to vote.
Okay, I'm ready. Oh, I'm the chair. Okay, a motion has been made to accept 24,000 in lieu of accepting a land acquisition for the Riverview subdivision.
There's a second.
And there has been a motion made and it's been seconded. I would like to ask for the vote of the city council members. So the motion initially was made, who did the first and you did the
first, I did
second?
second.
Okay, so I say, I'm asking myself, Sam Clinton, how do I vote? And I say yes. Sonia Villalobos, how do you vote
Did
on this?
everybody else already go?
Yes.
Oh, not Mike yet.
I'm gonna go with Mike.
Mike, how do you vote on
Nay.
this?
Nay.
Nay?
Yep.
And I would, is this the time that I would also say if I wanted to modify something on there?
Depends.
There's really nothing.
I think it just carried.
It says motion to
yeses
accept,
and-
deny, or modify, on accepting
3 to
the
1.
project, Riverview subdivision preliminary plat, right?
Right.
So if I wanted to, try to modify something, this would be the time for me to say
Well,
it, correct?
but right now, there's a question, how do you vote on
Nay.
the land dedication? Nay, okay, thank you.
Okay, the motion passes 3 to 2.
It's
And
been
then,
accepted.
so then what I wanted to make sure is that whenever the sidewalks, I would like them to be a permeable surface. Porous, to allow water to go in, filter out pollutants, and recharge the water table, so for sidewalks.
I cannot agree to that without talking to our client because that adds significant cost to the sidewalk infrastructure. It's not required by our code currently. And so technically, even a recommendation in council and in P and Z cannot be required through most of the development agreement.
Yep.
Yeah.
Basically means we can tell it and they can come back and say,
Yeah, well, I'm telling it.
and if they go back and, move it 2 figures away
And I wouldn't, but really, it's not financial.
Well, I think just not like financially or whatever, but I think it's just like being developers, being good stewards, having the river so close. It's something that seriously should be considered.
So your motion was to have the sidewalks be pervious?
To, permeable, like, yes, permeable.
I believe that the design criteria
Non-impervious.
of those sidewalks be determined in the final plat. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
So I got time to
he's
change
gonna,
the
he's,
guy.
he's
No,
gonna
because
come.
this locks you into your ordinance.
But at least I said it.
Right, right.
Yeah.
At least the developer or developer.
I will let them
is
know.
aware of
Absolutely, I will
the.
let them know.
Yeah.
Because if there's stuff they can do with the home design for permeable pavers
You know
on
what,
site,
that
things
would
like
put
that.
y'all
I'll
on the
talk to you.
map for like being like, developers that are super eco-conscious and like setting a precedence and building and being good stewards of the land.
Yeah,
Like,
I'll absolutely.
And that's it. And whether you choose to or not to, or incorporate it somehow or some way, at least I said it. I'm sleepy. That's why it was talking about getting a perm.
Motion to
permeable,
I want a goddamn hamburger.
Yeah, I'm really putting all that.
A motion has been made by Sonia Villalobos to modify the structure, no? Do I need to make it as a vote?
This is out of the scope.
It's just a request. We cannot make that requirement.
Because of the ordinance.
Because it's not in the ordinance, beyond the scope.
But you know what? It's on record that Sonia Villalobos is asking and,
I'll acknowledge that
It's
you
on the
made
record,
this
baby.
on the record, and Chris has acknowledged you hearing that, and he will go back to the drawing board and speak to the powers that be.
So now you need to wrap it up and ask for a motion to.
thank you for being here so late.
I would like to make a motion to either, or to accept the agreement, the motion to accept the project number 22-003-10, the Riverview subdivision preliminary plat. I make a motion to accept it based on, though, the changes that were just mentioned, or possible changes, no.
It can't be contingent.
Then I make a motion to accept this Riverview subdivision preliminary plat as been shown to us tonight. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
According to this, I can't vote. I'm not listed as a councilman on this.
Oh, really?
You are?
Yes, you are.
No,
I asked you at roll
no,
call
I'm
if you
here.
were.
It's on here.
Is it on the list?
Yeah.
Bunker.
Oh, excuse
Is y'all's website up there?
Yes, it is. I'm just giving you her time.
That's
I'll get it fixed. I'll get it fixed the other one.
Okay. The cloud name spelled on.
He would not be happy about
Is there any discussion?
Yes,
Any
discussion. We're ready?
Yes, sir.
I think we need to have a modification. I'm not against this project. But again, I have an issue with a 1-inch overlay. That's definitely not sufficient. And nobody in this room knows about overlays except the county. Nobody's an expert, and I've worked with the county on that. That's why Lockhart Street is a good road at this point. We're going to have extra traffic because of your development, extra driveways, more traffic. You need to at least bump it up to a decent overlay. 1 inch is not near sufficient. So I don't know if we can change it, but I think that needs to be an issue because we've already lost, the city's already lost money working with people, not covering our costs for sewer taps, etc. I don't know how we're going to do that or not.
Do we have a basis for even allowing that?
Only if our engineer has determined that it's not a good engineering practice, but given his seal, because chapter 154.13 something says that if a design criteria is not explicit in our ordinance, they're bestowed the authority to promulgate rules that don't exist in our ordinances.
Your city engineer has the authority to basically state what's general engineering practice or acceptable to the city based on that general engineering practice, if it's not specifically stated.
Right.
So what Steve's recommendation was that the 1-inch overlay was sufficient to address the concerns from the street cuts by the utility crews.
Correct.
Well, we're talking about Northwest River Road, which is in terrible condition. Our edges are blown out. If we don't do it right, we're going to have more problems and more traffic. I think the developer needs to come forward, at least increase that overlay for the amount of traffic increase on that development. That's not much to ask for, my opinion.
that idea. How much is that overlay going to cost you? We just accepted 24,000 from.
What's the linear footage on the front of the subdivision?
Mike, are you just talking about Northwest River Road or Quail Run as well?
I'm talking about Northwest River Road in front of their development, not the whole road.
Okay.
1,000 feet.
There's another call.
I don't expect them to do the whole Northwest River Road, no.
Keep going down.
Just in front of the subdivision.
Yes. Just have some common sense, folks. I mean, 1 inch, listen to me, please. The edges are blown out, okay? And you're going to put a 1-inch overlay? That's not going to work, especially when they do cutouts for the sewer taps. We're going to have to eat it, the city. That's not much to ask for, okay?
That 24.
Mike,
So
and I can't believe you didn't have anything to say about the sidewalks.
Well, it was a lost cause,
Do
Sonia.
about 100. If it's costs about
I could go on
100 to do the
record.
whole thing. If they're already going to spend 60 and we just inherited 24, the city can make up the rest and go ahead and do something sufficient, so we don't have to worry about doing it over again. Does that make sense?
From an engineering perspective, I wouldn't, with that road in that condition, it doesn't make sense for the city to spend money on that road unless you're doing a full recon, because all you're doing is putting lipstick on a pig rather than actually putting the pig on a treadmill.
Did you see
Are you a road expert? Sir, are you a road expert? Okay, you're not a road expert. Okay, you know what you're talking about. Okay, I've talked to the county. The road's blown out on the edges. It needs to be a viable repair. I don't expect you to do the whole road, but where you do the damage, it needs to be done properly. Okay.
Well,
You know, that's all I got to say.
What's going into the cuts? What sort of material is going in where the cuts are being made?
That's y'all's utility costs. We don't pay to do those. We pay you guys a fee and then we're just doing the overlay.
yeah, that's,
So what we could do is we could dump our own 4 inches, 6 inches into those holes, and then it gets one overlay over that. And where those cuts are made, probably the strongest part of the road.
Correct. The issue is y'all's current fee schedule is going to be the basis for this preliminary plat, and y'all's current fee schedule is $17.50 per service extension. And so
It's $750 with a $1,000 deposit.
okay. But there's also an additional fee that comes with that.
So, but it would be on y'all's dime for the crossing.
Yeah, 1750 doesn't pay for the sewer tap.
We do
That's
it
just
we
the
do it on
deposit.
deposit, so we do pass through on the cost. The only fee portion is $750.
And most of them cost about $9,000 each.
Yeah, correct.
And so the road, we were discussing that earlier, the road improvement will be done and then built.
Let's go ahead and just back that up. It's $8,000 to $9,000. We are not even finishing it out yet either, because we're not even putting an overlay on it. We're just.
But we're gonna fill the hole with something.
We are.
We can make
And we'll make
the
a
hole standard strong,
Yes.
and then those holes are probably gonna be the strongest part of the road, and then it all gets smoothed out with a little overlay.
But don't they fill in where the trenches are for the water meter?
No, so that's what, they don't.
Well, that's not bringing it back to the original condition of what the road was before.
They pay this city, they pay us a $700 50 fee, and currently a $1,000 deposit.
Pass through though.
We go through and we contract for that work to get done, and then
To fix it back.
right now under $1,000 deposit, we then send an invoice back to the property owner, and they pay us the actual cost of what it took to have it done. So
It'll be whatever it is.
it's gonna be whatever it is. So
750 times 24 lots.
We need to update our sewer.
that's the fee, but it's gonna cost $8,000-ish per cut for 24 cuts. You know, it's gonna be a big bill.
But the cuts are gonna be a
One-
little bit less than 24, but they're doing some full connections, but.
But there's gonna be a lot of cuts.
But in the long run, it's not.
But the cut part, that all gets reimbursed.
I guess what I was getting at.
What's gonna happen is you're gonna get where you're gonna have failure is where there weren't cuts made. Those are gonna be the worst spots.
So, all right, from a professional standpoint, you've seen that road.
The road's screwed.
Oh yeah, you've seen that road, and then we're gonna go cut.
We've had multiple engineers. We've had DCS come in.
Right.
We've had our own engineer come in.
Road's screwed, but it's gonna be even more screwed, so we might as well already start thinking about reconstructing the whole road, because, I mean,
But a developer's not gonna come in and
I'm not asking him to do it. I'm just saying,
You can't afford it. To reconstruct a road, you're talking like millions of dollars for the Northwest River.
Well, I mean-
Millions.
yeah.
I didn't
The
talk.
whole thing, yes, the whole thing, yes.
Even a small section.
But where that section
Even a small
is-
section, you're probably $800,000.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
I didn't
I'm gonna tell
talk.
you right now.
Oh.
I'll
Let
tell
me
you right
let me
now.
clarify my statement again.
Sure.
I'm not talking about overlaying the whole road. I'm talking about the edges where it's blown out, where they doing their cutouts. That needs a proper overlay. We're we're only talking a couple of feet on the edge of the road. You know, and there's no, a lot of the road base is gone. Let's have some common sense here. You know, let's even it out and put a good overlay on it, what it takes. Because
Okay, I see where he's.
I mean, come on, let's just be reasonable. This guy's not giving us nothing here. I mean, we're just, he hasn't given us nothing tonight, okay? And all we're asking for is simple overlay, a proper repair on the edge of the road. We'll do our cutouts. But that's all I got to say. I'm finished.
So basically, he's talking about the couple feet right where that sewer line is, where I keep alluding to, the Yahoo that put that in, it's not, you know, they didn't do a good job. They didn't put it in a good place, and they didn't do a good job doing it.
So what's interesting to me is we have the same developer on both sides of the road.
Yep.
But,
And a road has to maintain a certain width.
but they're not
The road
doing it.
possibly may not meet that width requirement in certain areas. In that case, I could see them having to build the road.
But wouldn't the installation of the curb and the sidewalk along the subdivision take care of some of that erosion or the buildup that he's requesting? Because if they rebuild a whole sidewalk on top of the sewer line and where the water meters are gonna be going into the lots, doesn't that take care and bring it back to a higher standard along that side of the road than what it was before?
It all depends on where things get laid down.
Well, there's gonna be a sidewalk there. It's already been drawn on the map where the sidewalk is, right?
Yeah, so there's a right of way, right? But the road doesn't extend from one edge of the right of way to another edge of the right of way. Where that road goes in the right of way, where the sidewalk is going within that right of way. Frankly, this should have been done as, it should have been a single plating action to do both sides of the damn road. But that design is going to have to come up. And that might be something that we look at is requiring. So, did we do final plats on the other one yet?
Yeah, we did. We did preliminary plat and final plat at the same time.
Well, we're going to have to look at what that final plat was. If it seems like this one's covering the right of way, we'll have to compare the two and see where things are going in that right of way. But I don't know if that's something we can do at this point.
Because
the engineers looked at this. He's given his professional engineer stamp.
Because on
nothing
the-
we can do at this point.
Because on the Dreamland side of those 11 lots, they aren't doing anything, correct?
No, not that I'm aware.
No.
Not yet.
Not even doing
They
curbs.
haven't addressed
They
the
didn't have
road
to
at
do
all.
curbs. They didn't even have to do curbs on that side.
Okay, well, I have a motion to accept, and then we did get a modification from McLeod. Does the modification, is that a request?
We did a motion to accept the preliminary plat. We had a second and it was discussion.
Okay.
I'm sure the modification now introduced.
Is that even enforceable?
And then why couldn't, what I asked for the sidewalks be on there?
It was a request of a modification that he would inquire about.
But
Sidewalk is mentioned in an engineer note. So plat note on page 146 at the very end. It's not demonstrated, but the developer says that there will be a sidewalk at least 4 inches wide.
Because we do not have something in our ordinance requiring them to do it.
Sidewalk?
Sidewalk, yes, not permeable sidewalks.
Right.
Yeah, because that's not already on the books. You cannot say, hey, you.
So then we don't have the road on our books either.
Problem is the road's already.
The roads is a structure right there. The engineer is approving their recommendation of repair. So
If we're talking about new roads, we get into a whole new conversation. If they did develop a road behind, say that subdivision, where that L is, then yeah, we would implement a series of different ordinances. But since there's an existing roadway, they're using it, and they're just putting overlay over it. The sidewalk situation, we don't have a design, a pre-designed construction guide for the developer. Like the county has a 77-page document on road designs alone. The city doesn't have any premeditated studies or plans or strategies about how to approach sidewalks or roadways.
So we learn from our mistakes here and what we're missing, and you can add stuff to the ordinance, and that's how it happens. And that's what the river, that's what we're doing with the river, is trying to find these holes and put Band-Aids on it, and this is one of the ones. And you can't force him to do something that is legally not required of him. That's the problem. As much as I would love to do what you're saying, I think it's a good deal.
I mean, if they've already made accommodations for the paved surfaces and the sidewalks and have done studies and said that this amount of drainage will be going into the culverts, that's the engineering studies you've done. I mean, I sometimes think though that impervious sidewalks are somewhat safer than having pervious ones because it's a smooth surface. It slopes down into the driveway. You're going to have children on bicycles and all that. I think a impervious sidewalk is much safer, but of course you're thinking of the safety of the river and the runoff. But we are going to have so many more problems as the commercial development comes in. Can any of these accommodations in terms of the commercial development, perhaps if we change our ordinance in time, I think we need to get, as Matthew was saying, perhaps get going and change some of our ordinances then before we start seeing huge developments then.
Yep.
And then we just might have to, as you said, settle for this as it is now and know that we've got a lot of concrete coming. So I have a standing motion to accept the Riverview subdivision as platted and accepted by our engineer, and I have a second. Are we ready to have a vote?
Are you seconded? I totally lost.
Right here.
They vote yes.
Nick seconded.
How do you vote?
Mike, how do you vote?
Well, it looks like it's really no choice, but I'm going to go on record. There's going to be an issue with this. Mark my words. Okay. I think it's a mistake. This developer has been difficult from the first day we've worked with them. We're not asking for much. I'm going on record. I think it's unacceptable. We're not asking for much. We're going to have more traffic. They're going to have driveways. We're not asking for much. We're going to have cutouts, and I hope we charge them enough for those sewer taps and to repair the road properly. I vote yes. Put me on record on that issue.
Thank you. I'm surprised you voted yes.
Jared, whenever he was talking about the cost of it, he said, well, the city, covering the cuts in the roads.
Yeah.
He said the city would be responsible for paying for that. There seems to be some.
So there's a roadway, right now. And what would happen is we're going to have to make cuts in the road to service the utilities. It's the water company or us, I forget which. It depends on which side of the street, which one. I think the other one is going to be on the other plat.
The water's on the river side and the sewer's on the.
So the water's going to have to cut across this way, but sewer's going to be cut across back the other way for the other plat. God.
There's no road left.
Yep. And so you're going to have really it's the water company is going to have to do the water line cuts and fill, and that's their responsibility. Sewer line cuts and fill is going to be our responsibility. Something where we might be able to work together and increase some efficiencies on a single, bid contract for all of it. But how that's done and how those cuts and fills are done, that's going to be up to us to do. Once we cut and fill it, they're going to come in, and smooth it out, just a 1-inch overlay, so it's all smooth. So that way you're not driving down the road.
It won't hold up. And it won't hold up.
Well, the cuts will hold up.
Common sense.
Common sense.
Unbelievable.
So many cuts going back and forth.
God.
Thank you.
Wait, have you voted?
Yeah.
You said yes. We have five yeses. I think the motion passes.
Put me on. I want to be on record again. There's going to be an issue with this down the road, and I told you so. I'm leaving it at that.
And then just respectfully, I would like to just mention about being good stewards. Thank you.
I make
Not in a
a
forceful way.
motion to adjourn at 12:23.
Second.
I second that. Let's get out of here.
Me too. I second it too.
Thank you.
We all
Thank you.
second.
Adjourn.